us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at BassoPHAC.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of Abits.
My grandfather, Frank Pepe, didn't just create Abits. He created a gathering place that our family is still proud to share to this day. My mother and aunt built on his dream. Today, my siblings, cousins, and I are honored to continue the tradition. Pepe's has always been about family, ours and the generations of families who gather at our tables.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, passionate about pizza since 1925. Visit your local Pepe's today.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Pro wrestling icon Hulk Hogan has died. The information comes from the WWE, which calls him one of pop culture's most recognizable figures. He was found by emergency responders at his Florida home, pronounced dead at a hospital. Hulk Hogan was a T-shirt tearing force of nature who captivated wrestling audiences for years. A signature moment was the 1987 WrestleMania confrontation with Andre the Giant.
Greatest moment ever in my life, as far as my career, it has to be that WrestleMania, without a doubt.
Hogan transitioned to a kind of political force, speaking at last year's Republican National Convention.
So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America...
Hulk Hogan was 71 years old. CBS News special report. I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny, hot, and humid this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s to near 90 and a breeze out of the southwest. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Sunny, hot, and humid with a high in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
Michael Rosnick is a lawyer in our area. He was admitted to the bar back in 2000. He and his father, Hal, are well-known practitioners in Bridgeport. In fact, I had his dad on because he was the recipient of the Liberty Bell Award not too long ago. And Michael Rosnick currently focuses primarily on personal injury litigation and workers' compensation claims. If you look on his website, you'll see he does all kind of matters. But he's on today because he's representing the McGrath family. Jimmy McGrath, as you know, was the high school student who was stabbed to death in a fatal stabbing as a result of a melee, as they put it, of a lot of young men that occurred. And 3 people were stabbed, and Jimmy McGrath was the 4th. And unfortunately, he was killed. Raul Valle, who was the admitted stabber, was acquitted of the highest charge of intentional murder, but there was a hung jury on the issue of manslaughter, and so he has been recharged with that. Attorney Rosnick is not representing the family in any criminal context, but he is representing the McGrath family as a whole, and he agreed to come on our show today, for which I really appreciate that. Hello, Attorney Rosnick, and welcome to the show.
Good morning, Lisa. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to talk to you again.
It is a pleasure. So, okay. So may I call you Michael because it's just easier for me and you can call me Lisa? Is that okay?
Of course.
Thank you. Okay. So, Michael, tell me about when you're representing the McGrath family, in what role are you representing them?
Our role is, our office is representing the McGrath family as civil attorneys. The trial that just took place was the criminal trial where the state of Connecticut brought charges against Raul Valle for the actions of May 14, 2022, when 4 young men were stabbed, all sustaining serious injuries, and Jimmy McGrath tragically perished. So during the criminal trial, I attended the trial and sat with the McGraths to support the family, but I did not play an active role in the criminal trial. We have many pending civil lawsuits currently, and there is a big difference between the criminal justice system and the civil justice system with regards to standards of care and, most importantly, the burden of proof.
So let's talk about the burden of proof. Most people know beyond a reasonable doubt is the burden of proof in criminal cases. But what is it in civil, and what does it translate to with your experience, Attorney Rosnick?
When you're talking about someone's liberty and freedom being at stake, that is why we have such a big burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. In the civil arena, we are not talking about a punishment of incarceration. It's a different form of justice. It's damages. And the burden is not that something needs to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. It's called preponderance of the evidence, which basically means what is more likely than not. So on any particular issue, if the jury is satisfied that it's more likely than not that that is true, that's enough to meet the burden. One example to try to put in context for your listeners today about what happened in the criminal case and how that might translate to what's going on with the civil cases is O.J. Simpson. We all know that O.J. Simpson was acquitted for the murder in criminal court, but afterwards the family filed a civil lawsuit, which they took to trial and got a multi-million-dollar award judgment. And it's my understanding they were able to collect that judgment against Mr. Simpson. What we have here is a little bit different in that the state of Connecticut has already refiled its charges against Mr. Valley. Now, Mr. Valley was acquitted of the three most serious charges. He was acquitted of murder and he was acquitted of manslaughter with intent. The charge that the jury was hung up on is manslaughter with reckless conduct. And we learned from the foreman of the jury, who gave several interviews after the trial was over, that it was 11-1 guilty on the manslaughter reckless, but we know that there was one juror who refused to budge, refused to play ball, and that's why it was a hung jury with regard to that charge.
Yeah, we did learn that. So when you do a civil trial, if it gets to trial without a settlement, how many jurors are in the jury pool?
There would be 6 jurors plus 2 alternates in a civil trial. In the criminal trial that they just had, there were 12 jurors. In the refiled case, my understanding is that it will be 6 jurors, not 12 jurors.
You know, it's interesting you should say that because I had Frank Bevilacqua on and he thought it would be 12. But when I read the statute, I thought it was going to be 6 because Connecticut doesn't do 12-person juries all that often, and they only do it for what they deem to be, quote, capital offenses. So I really wasn't sure if reckless manslaughter was that. So that's interesting. So you're hearing it's going to be a 6-person jury.
That is my understanding, yes, from the state's attorney's office.
Okay. All right. So, and 6 people, if it was 11-1, maybe the prosecution thinks their odds are better, or it'd be easier to find 6 people to agree with them than 12, right?
Yes, you would. Yes, hopefully, in a perfect world.
In a perfect world. And so with preponderance of the evidence, I'm curious, Attorney Michael Rosnick, are you suing Raul Valle himself, who was only 16 at the time? Do you sue his parents? Do they have any what we call vicarious liability for having been the parents? How does that work in this kind of context?
So as I mentioned, we have several different lawsuits. We've sued the homeowners who hosted the parties. We've brought claims against all the students involved in promoting, instigating, and encouraging the fights, against the parents as well, and also against parents or anyone who supplied liquor to these underage students.
I see. And do you have evidence, Attorney Rosnick, that any parents did supply liquor to these students, or did the students, lie and use a fake ID and get it on their own?
Well, what I could draw your attention to, Lisa, is the testimony at trial. So what I recall is that Raul Valley testified that when him and Mackenzie Tropicante got picked up, that Tyler Da Silva and Jack Snyder already had alcohol in the vehicle with them. And then the next question was, did it come from Tyler Da Silva's home? Yes, it did. And then the next question was along the lines of, did it always come from Tyler Da Silva's home? And he answered yes. So that testimony right there supports the allegation of Da Silva's parents providing alcohol. You had contradictory testimony from Tyler Da Silva and Mackenzie Tropicante. I recall that they both testified that when Tyler and Jack picked up Raul and Mackenzie, that they stopped at a liquor store on the way to Lazy Brook. So both Tropicante and Da Silva testified to that. So there appears to be a factual basis for these allegations. Of course, a plaintiff bears the burden of proof in court, and that burden of proof is, as you just mentioned, Lisa, the preponderance of the evidence, or what is more likely than not. Or if you imagine sitting on a seesaw with your friend, if you're both dead even, but then you just tilt that seesaw ever so slightly, that's all you need to prove on any particular issue.
So it should be pretty easy to show or prove either way who's telling the truth vis-a-vis whether or not they stopped at a liquor store. That should be pretty easy to find out, no?
That's what discovery is for. To a certain extent, we have been restricted in our advocacy on the civil cases during the pendency of the criminal cases. We paid very close attention, and we wanted to be quite deferential to the state's attorney's office so that we did not contaminate the criminal process or the procession of the trial itself. But now that the trial is over, the testimony is all out there already. We are moving forward with our civil case. The civil and the criminal cases can both proceed simultaneously, and we do anticipate there being a public civil trial just like there was the criminal trial.
Because the focus is different of the civil and the criminal. So the issue of how they got the liquor versus the issue of perhaps being intoxicated itself, right? It's a different focus when it comes to a criminal trial. You need to focus on all of these other facts because you're assigning liability in a different context for a different reason. Totally different,
That's right?
Yeah.
That's correct, Lisa. If you imagine a pie of 100%, all the pieces of the pie, whatever portion any of the actors bear, we can make recovery against all responsible parties. So all of the actors that participated or contributed to the chain of events that led to this pure tragedy, it is our job as civil attorneys to hold any and all actors responsible, and that's what we're proceeding to do at this time.
So given that, and thinking about this, we're chatting with attorney Michael Rosnick, who's representing the McGrath family. So let's say somebody's life is worth $100. I mean, I'm making up a ridiculously ludicrous number to keep it low so that we can all relate to a stupid number, right? So if someone's life is worth $100, what you're saying is if you can find 6 people that because of their actions, the law will hold somehow culpable with respect to the ultimate death of that person, that then it becomes a question of how much of the 100 does each person have to pay. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. And ultimately, it would be up to the jury to determine,
I see.
Out of all the defendants, who bears what responsibility and to assign an amount. And then the ultimate, most difficult question, particularly in this civil case, for a jury, to be frank with you, I don't think the biggest issue is proving responsibility. We're confident we're going to be able to get an award and to seek justice in the civil case. But the ultimate question is, and I don't know how you answer this question, especially as a parent who has a 17-year-old with a bright future and his whole life in front of him, what is the value of losing your 17-year-old
Well,
son.
and that is always the most difficult question.
And how do you put a value on it? And that will be the biggest issue for the civil jury, in my humble opinion.
And that is your job, though. I mean, that is literally what you do in personal injury litigation all the time. People find that, regular people, not us, not lawyers, find that really hard to do. But the truth is, Attorney Rosnick, that losing a hand has a value assigned by your personal injury lawyers. Losing a foot has a value. Having a chronic back injury has a value. Am I right? It literally is assigned a number.
Correct. Of course, reasonable minds can disagree.
Yes.
But when you're talking about loss of life, it's a big difference between a loss of a limb. And then the other consideration for the jury will be the two types of damages that can be collected. One is economic damages, which are numbers that you can use a calculator and you could add them up. Wages, medical bills, and things of that nature. But the bigger issue will be, what does a jury assign for non-economic damages? The loss of this life, loss of future earning capacity, and the family's loss of their beautiful young boy.
Does the state of Connecticut allow losses for parents who lose children or just spouses?
Parents are allowed, siblings are not.
Siblings are not, but parents are. Okay.
Yes.
Are parents allowed damages for the loss of life only if their child is under the age of 18, or are they always allowed even if the child is, technically an adult, but still their child?
It's case by case, and then you're talking about issues with the probate court as well, where in a state an administrator administratrix would have to be assigned.
Oh, brother. Okay. Attorney Michael Rosnick, thank you very much for coming on the show. We really appreciate you giving us this bird's eye view. On behalf of all of us at WICC and me personally, I don't know the McGrath family, but I want to extend my condolences on the loss of their
Before you
son.
let me go, Lisa,
Sure.
if I may,
Sure.
I'd like to give a message to your viewers on behalf of the McGrath family. The family, understandably, is very disappointed with the outcome of the trial, but the family respects the decision of the jury, as it must, and the family wants to thank the state of Connecticut and the state attorney's office and its investigative team who worked tirelessly. And the family would also like to thank the Shelton Police Department and also Judge Murphy as well. The family also would like to thank all their friends, their family, and anyone in the local community that has supported them. They feel the support, they love the support, and I just wanted to express their appreciation for their family and friends who they rely on. So hopefully at the end of the road, we'll see a better form of justice than what we see right now.
Thank you very much, Attorney Michael Rosnick. And again, please convey our own sympathies and condolences to the McGrath family on this tragedy, on this real tragedy. So thank you very much for joining us today. We really appreciate it here at WICC. Thank
you for having me.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny, hot, and humid this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s to near 90 and a breeze out of the southwest. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Sunny, hot, and humid with a high in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 24th. On this day in 1969, the Apollo 11 mission was officially over.
And man has completed the mission of Apollo 11, which solely was to put man on the moon and return him safely.
And today we celebrate the birthday of Jennifer Lopez.
It's my birthday.
In 1998, the #1 movie at the box office was Saving Private Ryan.
Keep those actions clear. I'll see you on the beach.
In 2020, TV show host Regis Philbin and Greenwich resident passed away at the age of 88.
Nice to see you. It's Monday, September 5th, 1988. Hi, Kathy Lee. How are you? And the beginning of a brand new talk show across America.
July 24th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Pro wrestling superstar Hulk Hogan has died.
The incredible Hulk Hogan, who entered to the Eye of the Tiger.
He helped transform pro wrestling. Fight announcer Curran Batia says part of his appeal was his relatability.
He crossed over into the mainstream, and that was because of reality shows like Hogan Knows Best, where we got to meet his family, and there was an authenticity to him, right? Real world, problems happening to him and his family, and I think that just enhanced that connection he had with his fans and the audience of, this is a real authentic person who we're seeing in wrestling, but now you're seeing him a little bit outside of the ring, and that crossover appeal, also being in many movies, and just being part of American culture, being a part of that fabric. That's really his legacy.
Hogan was 71. He died in Clearwater, Florida. There was a call concerning a cardiac arrest. We're learning more about the death of celebrity chef Ann Burrell. The New York Medical Examiner says suicide was the cause due to acute intoxication. Talks to reach a ceasefire in Gaza have hit another snag. Stacey Lynn reports.
President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff says the U.S. is cutting short the Gaza ceasefire talks and bringing home its negotiating team from Qatar after the latest response from Hamas shows, quote, a lack of desire to reach a ceasefire in Gaza. This comes a week after mediators seemed optimistic about the talks, but now Witkoff says they are considering alternative options to bring the hostages home.
Justice Department officials plan to meet with the former girlfriend of Jeffrey Epstein as correspondent Nicole Killian reports a House committee demands more information.
You have this new action that's being taken by the House Oversight Panel to not only try to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell, who is or was an associate of the late Jeffrey Epstein, who is now serving time in federal prison, but you also have this subpoena that they have now approved to request materials from the Justice Department related to the Epstein files.
3 Republicans voted with Democrats. President Trump is expected to visit the Federal Reserve today after weeks of expressing frustration with Fed Chair Jerome Powell over interest rates. Olivia Rinaldi reports.
White House officials have really honed in on the Federal Reserve and this renovation that they've been undergoing. Now, this renovation started back in 2021, and it was projected to cost about $700 million. It's now 2025, and they say it's now costing close to $2.5 billion, so quite a hike in the number.
On Wall Street today, stocks are mixed. The Dow currently down about 200. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 2-year-old Fairfield boy has died 1 week after being pulled unresponsive from a backyard swimming pool. Anthony Jones passed away early yesterday morning at Yale New Haven Children's Hospital. The child fell into a swimming pool at his family's rental home last Wednesday and was unresponsive when removed from the water. Vital signs were restored by paramedics, but the family was informed soon afterwards that the boy was on life support and would not survive. A Wilton man accused of stabbing 2 men at a Western Massachusetts campground is blaming a cannabis-infused gummy for his behavior. The attorney for Jeffrey DeLuca says his client suffered an acute psychological reaction after consuming the gummies last Friday night and became paranoid. He's being held without bail on charges that include armed assault to murder and had a detention hearing today in Pittsfield. DeLuca is an executive with Ross Stores, and his wife is chair of the Wilton Board of Education. Southington Town Councilman Jack Perry is pledging to spend $500,000 of his own money to challenge 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson. The 35-year-old Perry yesterday officially kicked off his campaign for the U.S. House seat that Larson has held since 1999. Perry says he's planning to use some of the money raised from the sale of his family's garbage hauling business that he had run since 2008. Perry pledges to bring a fresh voice with new energy to the campaign. And St. Anne's Festival begins tonight in Norwalk. The festival runs through Sunday and features live music, carnival rides, and Italian food. St. Anne's Feast will begin tomorrow night at 6 and go until 10 p.m., but the fun begins this evening at 16 Hendricks Avenue. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound road work from Route 25 up to Route 8. Stay left to get around it. On the southbound side, you have it going through no man's land into exit 42. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound construction between Route 34 and exit 60. On Route 8 northbound, construction starts at exit 17. 91 southbound, you have it through Wallingford and North Haven going into exit 9. Stay to the left to get through. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials, offering expert knife sharpening. 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I'm home last night in my suburban man's castle there, and I'm poking through the news, the local stuff, the statewide stuff, the national stuff, and I pull up a story, and I have parts of the story here, and it's quite fortuitous. We talked to one of our guests yesterday, Adam Kissel, regarding the feds, clamping down on some of these elitist universities, in particular Princeton and Columbia. And, of course, Harvard. Now Harvard seems to be the next in line because of some protests that happened at the outset of the war that broke out after Hamas attacked Israel. And, these were not protests for peace. Jewish students were harassed. Jewish faculty members were harassed. You had guys like this Mahmoud Khalil, who's treated like Jesus Christ on the cross by some on the left. So Jews felt intimidated, Jewish faculty members, a lot of Jewish students, not only in New York, but all over. But we saw the video from New York, right, We saw that, everybody wearing the mask. Funny how the people on the left don't like masks, but they can wear those keffiyehs or whatever it is to hide their face. And they were hiding their face, chanting, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, which is like chanting Heil Hitler. That's the modern Heil Hitler. So we saw all this. The bottom line is we saw all this happen months ago. And the Trump Justice Department, and Mr. Trump said on the campaign trail, well, if I get reelected, this SH is going to stop. And for the schools that allowed this SH to continue, they're going to have to pay a bill. Well, guess what? That bill is going to cost Columbia. Now, who knows what it'll cost Harvard? But it's going to cost Columbia here $220 million. Plus, the feds are going to, monitor them and everything. So I said, well, that's interesting. And then usually when these things happen, when these kinds of stories happen, I say, you know what? I need a little entertainment. I do. So what do? I go to the New York Times, right? And I read the comments section on the New York Times. Because if you want to find a cadre, a cross section, a slice of people who are just suffering, I think. And one of my other questions is Trump derangement syndrome real? Seriously. I never thought it was. Now I'm starting to believe it. So I go to the comments section of the main story on this $220 million settlement between Columbia and the Trump Justice Department, the DOJ. So I find the story in the New York Times. So I don't bother to read the story because I've read the story 7 or 8 other places, and I figure, okay, I've got all the points. So what you can do if you're quick with the mouse, they will let you read the reader comments and still keep you on the paying side of the paywall. So I didn't care I was not able to cross the paywall. I didn't need to read the Times point of view on this because I read USA Today, the New York Post, some local papers, whatever, the Wire Service story, AP. So bottom line is, I think I had a pretty good idea of what the story was about and the details, and we'll have them here. But sure enough, oh my God, you go to the comments section of the New York Times and you say to yourself, yeah, maybe Trump derangement syndrome is real. Maybe it is. I never thought it was. I thought it was a tongue-in-cheek thing, like, Trump derangement syndrome can't be real. I think maybe, what is that manual that psychologists and psychiatrists use, the DMSV that MDs use? I'm just trying to remember that off the top of my balding head here. I think we need an entry for Trump derangement syndrome in there. I really do. Now, you're probably asking, well, what did you see? I'll get into that momentarily. But what do you think? I'm sorry I have to start with this, but I'm reading these responses last night, and nobody seemed to care that these were some serious allegations of anti-Semitism. The big question was, gee, is Trump going to get the money? Who's he going to give the money to? Oh, my God, are people that stupid? Does Trump derangement syndrome actually exist? And what I mean by it is an inability to look clearly at the facts of a case because Donald Trump lives rent-free between your ears. And it doesn't mean you have to love the guy or hate the guy. That's not the issue. I'll tell you what I read coming back right here on WICC 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You tell me, Trump derangement syndrome, does it exist? Do you see it in your family, among your friends? I'm starting to think it's real.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity. This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Wednesday, July 30th, Toto, Christopher Cross, and Men at Work at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, August 2nd, it's Nelly at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Friday, August 8th, you have a choice. Goo Goo Dolls and Dashboard Confessional at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater, or Aloe Black playing Ridgefield Playhouse. Saturday, August 9th, Hanson is on the Mohegan Sun patio. Thursday, August 14th, Toad the Wet Sprocket, Katie Tunstall, and Sixpence None the Richer at Westville Music Bowl. Sunday, August 17th, Dasha on the Mohegan Sun patio. Friday, August 22nd, Train plays Mohegan Sun Arena. Saturday, August 23rd, the band Perry at Ridgefield Playhouse. And Tuesday, August 26th, Bonnie Raitt at Mohegan Sun.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound road work from Route 25 up to Route 8. Stay left to get around it. On the southbound side, you have it going through no man's land into exit 42. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, construction between Route 34 and exit 60. On Route 8 northbound, construction starts at exit 17. 91 southbound, you have it through Wallingford and North Haven going into exit 9. Stay to the left to get through. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials, offering expert knife sharpening. 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man who has a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And you probably joked about it. Maybe your friends have said it. Your people that you go to church with, or a mosque or a synagogue or a temple, maybe members in your own family, you sit there and laugh, hey, Trump derangement syndrome. And you know what that is. That's kind of a colloquialism for people that won't even look at the merits of a case if it has to do anything with Donald Trump. Now, I don't think it's an actual psychological condition, but it might be. And the reason I bring that up is, and we'll get to some of these in a minute, I went to the New York Times last night and said, geez, I'll bet you there are some good ones over there. And there were more people there concerned about whether Trump was shutting down free speech or whether he was going to get the money with this settlement with Colombia than there were people concerned with why Colombia got pinched. because of all the anti-Semitism that they allowed. There's a chunk of the left that would rather deal with anti-Semitism and have that amongst their midst than using a clear-headed look at Donald Trump. I mean, it is mind-numbing. And I knew I'd find it there. And I know what you're saying. Well, geez, if you go to the New York Times, you're going to get the Upper West Side folks. Yeah, but it was still distressing. It's like, a car accident with injuries is bad, but when you actually look at the injuries, you're like, no, that ain't good. But you didn't have to look at it, honey. I know, sweetheart, but we couldn't avoid it. God, the guy's arm fell off. Oh, stop it. You know what I'm talking about here. So, yes, I think Trump derangement syndrome needs to be, who would do that? The American Psychiatric Association? Because these people in the comment section of the New York Times last night, 95% of them were like, oh, see, Trump's Hitler. We're shutting down free speech. And about the 5% of people were sitting there going, well, Columbia kind of allowed a lot of anti-Semitic stuff to happen on campus in their library. Doesn't matter. Trump shouldn't do this. Is that how nuts the left is here? Seriously. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And they're going to cry and moan again when Harvard has to pay up, because Harvard is going to have to pay up because even Harvard's president, who is a Jew, who is Jewish, said, yeah, we have a lot of anti-Semitism on my campus. But again, when the feds thankfully drop the hammer on Harvard and tell them you cannot allow Jewish students and faculty members to be harassed, that violates civil rights laws that were passed back in the 60s. There are going to be people who are going to be less concerned, the New York Times crowd and the uber left crowd, they're going to be less concerned with the vile anti-Semitism on campus than they are with Trump. What is up with the progressive wing of the Democratic Party and the allowance of anti-Semitism here? What are you folks out of your minds? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's mind-numbing. I'm telling you, Trump derangement syndrome exists. Gary's in Bridgeport to start us off. Gary, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good, Gary. What's on your mind?
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Is a human life worth the same regardless of the religion or ethnicity of the person?
Yeah.
So when we have like 60,000 Arab Palestinians mowed down in Gaza,
mm-hmm.
Does that not pain every human being? Could that not hurt everyone equally to the slaughter that Hamas did on October 7th?
Well, Hamas should have thought twice before doing that. In other words, Hamas started a war, Gary. What did they expect? What did they expect was going to happen? What did they expect?
Wait, I asked you a question. You didn't answer it.
All right, ask it again.
Is when a Christian Arab is murdered by Israel bombing a Catholic church in Gaza, isn't that as tragic as a Jewish Israeli or a Muslim Arab dying?
No, Gary, I understand where we're going here. What does that have to do with Jews getting harassed on college campuses?
I don't think your premise is correct. I think
No. I'm asking you. No, Gary, I'm asking you. This was a discrimination decision saying that the civil rights of Jewish students and Jewish faculty members at some of these schools were not guaranteed by the school. Even the president of Harvard admitted there was a problem at his school. War is a horrible thing, Gary. I understand it. The thousands of lives lost of the Palestinians is a horrible thing. But you know what, Gary? We get an example even today where the Israeli government, the U.S. and others, I don't know whether you just heard the news at the top of the hour, they said, no, listen, Hamas is not serious about ending this. Forget the peace talks.
Well, here's the thing. It pains me for every human life that is taken, and whether it's Jewish, it's Muslim, it's Christian, they're all the same. They're all God's children. I don't care what you say. But here's what I'm saying. We are mischaracterizing who the aggressor is. For 75 years, Israel has taken the land of Palestinian Arabs and refused to give it back.
And how many times over those years, Gary, and believe me, I'm no scholar here, but I can read, and how many times over those years, and there are even people now within the U.S. government that are wondering how serious this is, where there have been negotiations and talks that have gone right up to the line, and all of a sudden, going back to Yasser Arafat and all these people, they back away at the end. When they are given and offered 95% of what they want, and they say, no, forget it.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with your premise there. And here's what I'm saying. Benjamin Netanyahu will not even entertain the concept of a two-state solution, which is the international law, that is the United States expressed legal opinion that the occupied territories need to be evacuated by Israel. That includes Gaza and the West Bank. But Netanyahu doesn't want to give them a single inch. They flip it around and say, they don't agree with Israel's right to exist. I think Israel has a right to exist, but Palestine also has a right to exist. And they're going to get a moth-eaten country, but give them a country. Stop bombing the crap. They're starving kids who are lining up for water and food and medicine. They're bombing kids who are lining up for water. How can America, which is based on freedom and human rights and democracy and equality of all peoples, pay for this genocide that's happening? It's ridiculous. And you're talking about
let me ask you something then. What role does Hamas play in this? Hamas could have ended this war, the current one, months ago, Gary, and they could have said, you know what, the fighting has to stop. Let's all get together and figure this situation out. Why doesn't Hamas do that? Why don't they?
That's not the right question. You're framing it in a way.
No. I'm asking you a question. If the goal here, Gary, is to end the fighting and end the suffering, there was one side that can do that. There is one side.
They have ceasefire repeatedly. Israel backs out every single time. And the news media here completely
Why doesn't Hamas release the rest of the hostages they have?
I don't represent Hamas.
Well, but the question is, if Gary, I
can't speak to a terrorist organization.
Gary, because they are terrorists and they don't want this to end.
The 60,000 that have been murdered, of which 2/3 are women and children, are not terrorists.
Well, guess what? Gary, I do have to run, Gary. Thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it. I really do. And let's continue this. Here's the bottom line. Yes, thousands and thousands and thousands of innocent people have been killed. Guess what? That happened in World War II, too, because it was a declared war. Should the killing stop? Of course it should. Of course it should. Could it have stopped months ago? Yes, it could have. Hamas doesn't want it to stop. You just heard it. Top of the hour news right here at WICC. All the sides in the Middle East and the U.S. are saying, you know what? Yeah, they're not serious. They're not. Because their only reason for living, now maybe not for the kids and the wives and everything, but there is a significant chunk of people in the Middle East who make it their daily bread to hate Israel and hope it's going away. Now, I can't control what people think, but what I can say is this: Israel isn't going anywhere. They're just not. It's not going to happen. So listen, I understand people like our last caller who are very ostensibly extremely legitimately concerned. I get that. Hamas attacked Israel. And yes, I know there are past grievances. I understand that. But they could have ended this thing months ago, and the adults could have gotten together with the adults and say, you know what? Israel's been around since 1948. And by the way, if you get a chance, read about the lead up to the Israeli issue and the 1948 presidential campaign. And by the way, there's a reason the other developed countries in the Middle East really aren't clamoring to come to the aid of Gazans and Palestinians. Research that, too.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound road work from Route 25 up to Route 8. Stay left to get around it. On the southbound side, you have it going through no man's land into exit 42. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, construction between Route 34 and exit 60. On Route 8 northbound, construction starts at exit 17. 91 southbound, you have it through Wallingford and North Haven going into exit 9. Stay to the left to get through. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Renai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Renai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until July 31st with Tri-City in Renai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Did you know that workplace stress is now one of the top causes of declining mental health? In fact, 61% of the global workforce is experiencing higher than normal levels of stress. You can't just wave goodbye to work, but taking small steps for your wellness can yield big results. Hit play on your favorite podcast or song, sit in the sun, or take a walk daily. Even 5 minutes away from your screen can make all the difference. And while holidays are nice, they aren't a long-term solution. Don't forget that therapy can be ongoing and can help you build resilience to handle the unexpected challenges that the workday or any day can bring. Finding work-life balance can be hard. Getting the help you deserve? That should be easy. Unwind from work with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Hulk Hogan, the shirt-ripping superstar of pro wrestling, has died.
And what you gonna do when Hulkamania and the largest arms in the world run wild on you?
Host and fight announcer Curran Batia says Hogan changed the sport and the way we saw pro wrestlers.
Really, Hulk Hogan was that pioneer to not only take it from those small, ballrooms and those smoky arenas, but make it a national sport, a global sport, and make it into this global phenomenon.
CBS's Chanel Call.
He made his professional wrestling debut back in 1977 and quickly became a household name. He was known for his theatrical performances in the ring.
Hogan went on to star in reality shows, even movies, and later weighed in on politics. He spoke at last year's Republican National Convention. He died today in Clearwater, Florida at the age of 71. Police say there was a medical call for cardiac arrest. CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A daycare center in Milford is pushing back against Connecticut's mandatory vaccine requirements. The Milford Christian Academy first brought a suit against the state in 2023 when Connecticut updated its vaccine requirements to remove the religious exemption. The daycare center is now bringing the suit again, backed by the legal nonprofit We the Patriots USA. Jim Loomer, pastor of the church affiliated with the center, says that the law is an overreach by state government.
We're honoring and listening to what the parents are saying and saying to the state, I think you're being unreasonable. You're overstepping what really is your authority.
The Attorney General will be defending the state in court. A new COVID variant is making up over 40% of new cases nationwide, particularly here in Connecticut. The Nimbus strain is similar to past COVID variants, but is characterized by a signature symptom, the razor blade throat, which is an extremely severe sore throat. Infectious disease specialist Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare says that despite updated federal recommendations, the COVID vaccine is still the most effective protection from the virus.
Our CDC is no longer recommending vaccine for healthy children and pregnant women. But I think in the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. And it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect.
Connecticut Children's Hospital has announced that it will be winding down gender care for patients under the age of 19. This comes after President Trump issued an executive order this past January that mandates hospitals end this type of care or risk losing funding. Governor Ed Lamont has pledged to work with Attorney General William Tong to, quote, understand the full impact of this decision, and Connecticut Children's Hospital issued a statement saying, in part, quote, this process is being carried out in a deliberate and planful way with ongoing communication and support for the families and team members directly involved. It continues to be an evolving and fluid situation. Prospect Medical Holdings indicates it will be selling the 3 Connecticut hospitals it owns in the near future. The bankrupt company indicates that the stalking horse bid auction process to sell Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals will launch soon. Prospect previously had an agreement to sell the hospitals to Yale New Haven Health, but that deal collapsed. A stalking horse bid is an initial offer for an asset of a bankrupt company designed to stimulate more bidding. Dangerously hot conditions are expected in southwestern Connecticut tomorrow. The National Weather Service has issued a heat advisory for all of Fairfield County from 11 a.m. until 8 p.m. tomorrow. Temperatures are expected to be around 95 degrees with high humidity, making it feel as high as 103 degrees. Dr. Listy Thomas from St. Vincent's Medical Center had some advice for residents looking to protect themselves.
Our body's ability to regulate temperature definitely weakens as the temperature rises more than our body can handle. So sun protection, hats, stay in the shade as much as they can, and keep hydrated.
Cooler air returns on Saturday with high temperatures in Fairfield County expected to be around 85 degrees. And the Connecticut Sun will reportedly play home games in Uncasville again next season. NBC Connecticut reported a letter sent to season ticket holders says the team will be playing at Mohegan Sun Arena in 2026. Reports have recently surfaced that the team owned by the Mohegan tribe might be sold. Last month, a city councilor in Boston filed a resolution urging support for the team to relocate there. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound road work from Route 25 up to Route 8. Stay left to get around it. On the southbound side, you have it going through no man's land into exit 42. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, construction between Route 34 and exit 60. On Route 8 northbound, construction starts at exit 17. 91 southbound, you have it through Wallingford and North Haven going into exit 9. Stay to the left to get through. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s, heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422-333-WICC. I am convinced now more than ever. I didn't think it was possible, honestly. I thought it was just kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing, and you probably heard it among family and friends. Hey, that one, I can't talk to her. That my boss, I can't talk to him because everything is Trump's fault. And Lord knows, I'm not sitting here saying you can't criticize Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu or any other prime ministers of these countries or any other leaders. I'm not saying that. But when you start to cloud your thinking on things because you have such an uncontrollable hatred of somebody, that's not good. That might be Trump derangement syndrome. Last night, I'm poking around reading all different versions from far right to far left of this story with Colombia reaching a $220 million settlement with the Trump DOJ about what went on year and a half ago with those protests at Columbia. And the same thing's probably going to happen to other schools, according to our guest yesterday. And is going to happen to Harvard. And we saw the video. But man, you go to some people, especially some people that read that read the New York Times. They're more concerned that it was reached with the Trump White House than they are about the anti-Semitic protests on these college campuses. And by the way, I'm reading stuff over the past 3 months from. There was a great piece in the Wall Street Journal, a guest editorial by a Jewish woman who taught for like 30 years at Harvard and said, I love the school, I love Harvard, I love my students, but the place is full of anti-Semites. And she said, I'm torn. I love the place, but schools like Harvard, she says, foster anti-Semitism. So now finally, when somebody calls them on it, somebody who has, excuse my French, ladies, somebody who has balls like Trump to say, hey, this is going to stop, and we're going to freeze your federal funding until you stop this lunacy. Finally, you have somebody who has the guts to do that, and everybody's concerned, oh, it's Trump. I mean, these comments I read last night, and thankfully, if you scroll down, like for every 9 or 10 or 15 ones just concerned about Trump, there actually was somebody, hey, I'm glad he's doing this. I don't like the guy, but, Harvard is akin to this, Columbia is akin to this. But again, everybody, and by the way, these foreign students, where the hell do they get off commenting on American foreign policy? Excuse me? You're guests here of our country. You don't come here to take a dump on us. And by the way, coming up, I will read you the requirements that have come down from the Trump Justice Department on this. These don't sound irrational at all. The problem is now, see, these schools are being exposed for some of the hives of anti-Semitism that they are. And look, you want to protest, fine. But some of this, I mean, come on. Jewish students not being allowed to walk in certain part of the campus at UCLA. Did you see that? Did you see that last year? The videos all over the place. You had a couple of students there with yarmulkes on and a security guard saying, I'm sorry, we're not going to let you walk through here. Really? And you're worried about Trump taking away your civil rights. Really? Telling you, TDS is a real thing here. Good for the DOJ to drop the hammer on Columbia. Harvard, you're next. You want your research money? Okay, you can have your research money. You just don't violate people's civil rights. That's all. It ain't hard. You know what is embarrassing is the bumbling, babbling, drooling Biden bunch. They let this happen. Thank God the NYPD went in and cleaned out some of the offenders when they did. And Columbia says, well, we want guarantees that the NYPD won't come on campus. Get out of here. It's called public safety. Carlos in Shelton's here. Hello, Carlos. How are you?
Hey, I'm good.
You're on, brother.
This whole anti-Semitism thing.
Yeah.
It's like if the Palestinians turned over Hamas and the people that are creating all the chaos, this thing would be over in no time.
Would have been over 5 minutes after it started. But now they are still holding the hostages, Carlos, because that's the only thing they have to bargain with, because they don't want the violence to end. They don't.
Exactly. And like the last caller is talking about, listen, every war there's been collateral damage in every single war.
And it's horrible. It's horrible, right? I mean, but again, and Carlos, thank you for the call. I appreciate it, my friend. But you're right. You don't think the Allies and the Axis powers in World War II killed? Now, again, it's not right to kill kids. I'm not going to sit there advocating killing women. But yes, sadly, it's collateral damage. It is. And by the way, on the break, Tim and Andy hang out. We'll be with you. I'm looking at, and I know where I kind of know, like in the Israeli papers, I know Haaretz is far liberal, the Times of Israel. I mean, so I'm looking at these Middle East papers, all the Al Jazeera and stuff. And now there's growing evidence that there's plenty of food in the region, but you have Hamas stockpiling the food underground and wanting to keep, these are allegations now, wanting to keep some of their people hungry. But to the previous caller at the bottom of the hour, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if earlier in this Hamas just said, you know what, we're never going to, they know they're not going to win. They can't win. Against the Israeli military, they can't win. Now, they do get, stuff from Iran. We get that. We understand that. But wouldn't it be wonderful if they just waved the white flag and said, you know what? Let's all live together. Let's figure out this area here, maybe. But they don't want to. It's just, I don't know what to say. And again, though, everybody's focusing on Trump and not the people that are still holding the hostages. It is mind-numbing. It is mind-numbing. I'm reading responses last night. Oh, I'm sure the $220 million is going to go in Trump's pocket. And then the next comment is, well, there was kind of a bad scene for Israeli students. Never mind. They can't bend a knee to the dictator. Oh, my God. Up your meds.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect very high UV levels with a max UV index of 10. Air quality will be poor with an AQI in the 50s and 60s. And it seems like good conditions for the beach or pool with a 2% chance of rain. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Options, experience, and know-how, you deserve all three when it comes to selling your home. Choose someone who's trusted by community leaders with a nearly 40-year track record of serving area families just like yours. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate. We can bring you a cash offer should you need to sell quickly. We can protect the equity in your home with a traditional sale or even our Improve to Move program if it's right for you. To upgrade your home, learn more at CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
I get so many headaches every month.
It could be chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those who have 14 or fewer headache days a month. Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor. Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound road work from Route 25 up to exit 52. Stay left to get around it. Southbound side, you have more road work going into exit 42. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, construction between exit 59 and 60. Stay to the left to get through. Backup starts at Route 34. Route 8 northbound, construction, exit 17 and 18. Left lane is out. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s, heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
All the latest for your ride home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
I mean, did you see what these losers did at Columbia? When was it, 2 or 3 months ago? You had students in the library at Columbia basically break down the doors, run past security, and break into these reading rooms. Why? Because they wanted to cause a ruckus to students who had paid a boatload of tuition there and were trying to study for their finals. I have an idea. Shut up and get out. You want to protest? Go outside. Get a bullhorn and just do your protest. Don't harass Jewish students. And you say, well, how do you know they're harassed? Because I read. Read what the Jewish students in a lot of these Ivy League schools and other places too, Cal, Berkeley, whatever. Read what they're saying. And here's my point. You folks know damn well that if what was done to Jewish students was done to black students, Hispanic students, Muslim students, Asian Pacific Islander students, you know that the Biden Justice Department would have been turning cartwheels over one another to file charges here, and they would have been correct in doing so. But there is, and it's not me saying it, you've got a lot of high-profile Democrats saying it. Just Google it. Don't believe anything I say. You got a lot of high-profile Democrats out there saying, yeah, we have an anti-Semitism problem in our party. And if you don't believe me, just take some time. Google is your friend. Go and look it up. So, good for the Trump White House, good for the Trump DOJ, and if people get Trump derangement syndrome on this, I don't know what to tell you. Go take a walk, call grandma, go to a ball game, sit in the right field stands with a hot dog and a beer, and relax. Get a life. Andy's with us. Andy, how are you, sir?
Good. They could also order a large pepperoni
That's
pizza.
it, yeah.
Yeah. Paulucci.
Yeah.
These, Ivy League institutions they're getting to be hedge funds that are supporting far-left indoctrination centers. Secondary, tertiary gain, maybe education. And I'm proud of Trump for kicking down the doors, him and his whole team, Pam Bondi, everybody else. Mm-hmm. And you know what? They need to lose their tax-exempt status. They've got more money than most corporations. Their tuitions are astronomical, and they just want more and more and more to support, this activity. Jewish students, they don't bother anyone.
No.
These other protesters, they're importing for the sole gain of disrupting, and we glamorize what they're doing, glorify what they're doing. Kudos to Trump.
No,
who say, well, what the Republicans done? Here's a good example right here.
Yeah.
And also, I'm pretty sure it was the Republicans who led to the abolition of slavery.
Well, yeah, we talked about that the other day, and also much higher. And Andy, thank you for the call. Down through history, if you look back, almost every civil rights regulation in this country, Civil Rights Act of 64, 65, there are 5 or 6 of them. Almost every one was passed with a much higher percentage of Republican votes and Democratic votes. Now, that was back then, 3 decades ago, and, the makeup of the parties were different. I get that. But man, oh man, I'm sitting there reading the Times and even some other place. This is all set up so Trump gets money in his pocket. Come on. Did you not watch the news when this was going on 6, 8, 10, 12 months ago? Does nobody watch the news? Are people that stupid when it's right in front of you? See, that's Trump derangement syndrome. And I'm sure there are a lot of people in these schools and families who are saying, yeah, it's kind of good Trump did this. This harassment was up. But they won't say it, though. They won't say it. Oh, my God, how could you agree with that man? No, people can compartmentalize. They can hate him on a lot of things, but think this was a good idea. And you know what's going to happen? Harvard's going to write a check, too. So, and maybe this will force these schools not to stop legitimate protest, but, maybe telling people you can't give out, Hamas-connected or terrorist-related connected leaflets. Again, imagine if the target was a black person or a Hispanic person. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
Well, I have to kind of disagree with your very myopic, sense of history, justice, and everything else. Right now, why, and I'm taking the devil's argument again, I'm not talking about Jewish people, I'm talking about the Israeli government.
Okay.
And the person who's, who would have been indicted, and everything's still up there and stuff. They are never going to, they are not pushing for any type of real solution to this situation. It's in their best interest, and it's in the best interest of the people in the Knesset in particular, to keep this going. They are not going to advocate for a two-state solution. They've made that over and over, abundantly clear. They can say that, in the past we've discussed it, but they are not putting that on the table right now, let alone the fact that you want to move 5 million people out of that area to other places, and you want to level the place, down to, quote, rebuild it. The people who have the homes and everything in there are just saying, well, what about my home? I put all my money into this stuff, and you're telling me to go live in Lebanon or other places. There's a lot of reason for people to be, good Palestinian people. I'm not talking about Hamas.
Well, that's the
who
problem.
Unfortunately, was elected.
Yeah, I know,
They were
but
elected
Tim, if Hamas came out 10 months ago and said, you know what, here are all the hostages, we're waving the white flag, that we're still really angry at you Jews, but the killing has to stop. Let's figure something out. Do you think that might have been a good idea?
You completely ignore what I was talking about.
Tim, you can have war or you can't have war. You either shoot at people or you don't. What's preferable?
You can have people actually negotiate in good faith with people who, have had an 80-year war and everything going on there.
Because they've been constantly attacked for 80 years.
By the way, if you say, it is not anti-Semitic to criticize on campuses the Israeli government.
Did you see any of the video of these?
Did you? Paul, with all due respect, don't you dare say that you haven't seen.
No,
I've
but
seen
Tim,
plenty of it. And I know what they're doing.
So
I know that.
Did any of it bother you?
Trump administration.
Did any of it bother you? Did anything you saw on campus bother you?
Absolutely, Paul.
Good
grief.
But it's not always Trump. It's not always Trump. It's not always Trump. Go ahead.
The Trump administration wants to dictate, especially to Harvard, who they hire, what their political views are, and all that sort of stuff. That is, overstepping the boundries. No one should be advocating violence against other groups.
Well, let me ask you something.
You were not looking at the whole picture.
No. I am. In fact, that's one of the points I was going to bring up later, Tim. But I ask you this: should a faculty member who, say, in the past has really spoken out and called America this and that, and has sided with terrorist groups, should they get a job teaching here?
What is the word sided with terrorists? You oppose. I've had friends, who said that very strongly supported the Palestinians and their rights, and have said harsh things. They've been put on terrorist groups and watch things because they said harsh things about the Israeli government, the Israeli military and everything like that.
I got a minute and a half before the top of the hour here. Tim, thank you. I wanted to give you plenty of time. Traffic and weather together, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound road work from Route 25 up to exit 52. Stay left to get around it. Southbound side, you have more road work going into exit 42. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, construction between exit 59 and 60. Stay to the left to get through. Backup starts at Route 34. Route 8 northbound, construction, exit 17 and 18. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Hi, this is Rich Jackson, General Manager at Mazda of Milford. There's never been a better time to buy or lease a new Mazda. Discover the future of driving with the all-new 2025 Mazda CX-30 and CX-50 at Mazda of Milford. Experience unparalleled style, cutting-edge technology, and exceptional performance. Elevate your driving experience with Mazda of Milford. Mazda of Milford, easy to get to and even easier to do business with. Mazda of Milford, 915 Boston Post Road in Milford, or on the web at mazdaofmilford.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
All right, coming up, we will go over elements of this agreement with the Trump DOJ and Colombia, and you tell me if it's nuts or not.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Hulk Hogan has died. The blonde-haired, mustached pro wrestler helped redefine the sport. Matt Wolf reports.
Hulk Hogan was professional wrestling.
And what's it gonna do when Hulkamania run wild on you?
Terry Bollea's over-the-top persona transformed the sport into a mainstream juggernaut, appearing in films like Rocky III.
Thunder Lips is here.
Then, of course, the very first WrestleMania in 1985.
The Incredible Hulk.
It wasn't always smooth sailing. In 1994, he admitted to using steroids for 13 years. Then 12 years later, he was kicked out of the WWE Hall of Fame, the result of a sex tape scandal. Matt Wolf, CBS News.
Hogan was 71. Police in Clearwater, Florida were called to respond to a cardiac arrest. We learn more today about the death of celebrity chef Anne Burrell. Stacey Lynn has that.
The Food Network star, best known for her short and spiky blonde hair, died by suicide. According to the New York office of the chief medical examiner, specifically acute intoxication due to the combined effects of diphenhydramine, ethanol, cetirizine, and amphetamine. The Worst Cooks in America host was found unresponsive in her shower on June 17th and was pronounced dead at the scene. She was only 55 years old. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Legendary jazz musician Chuck Mangione has died. He earned 13 Grammy nominations and won 2. His album, Feel So Good, was one of the most successful jazz records ever produced. President Trump's envoy to the Middle East says the U.S. team is returning from Doha after the latest response from Hamas showed what he called a lack of desire to reach a ceasefire in Gaza. Witkoff says the U.S. will now consider alternative options to free the hostages and create a more stable environment, he says, for the people of Gaza. President Trump is traveling to the Federal Reserve today, as Olivia Rinaldi reports.
He has been very critical of Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. Now, Powell has not cut rates in the second Trump administration. Trump has continually said he believes there should be a rate cut. Powell has said he believes the economy is healthy enough that he doesn't need to do that right now.
Tesla stock plunged 9%, and CEO Elon Musk is warning rough quarters lie ahead. President Trump weighed in today saying he doesn't want to destroy Musk's companies by taking away their government subsidies. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777 or biglou.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Wilton man accused of stabbing two men at a Western Massachusetts campground is blaming a cannabis-infused gummy for his behavior. The attorney for Jeffrey DeLuca says his client suffered an acute psychological reaction after consuming the gummies last Friday night and became paranoid. He's being held without bail on charges that include armed assault to murder, and he had a detention hearing today in Pittsfield. DeLuca is an executive with Ross Stores, and his wife is chair of the Wilton Board of Education. A veteran Stamford police officer is on administrative leave following his arrest yesterday on domestic violence charges. Charges against Gregory Zach include second-degree strangulation, second-degree threatening, multiple counts of assault, and disorderly conduct. He was released on $10,000 bond. Zach has been a Stamford officer since 2005. Connecticut Children's Hospital has announced that it will be winding down gender care for patients under the age of 19. This comes after President Trump issued an executive order this past January that mandates hospitals end this type of care or risk losing funding. Governor Ned Lamont has pledged to work with Attorney General William Tong to, quote, understand the full impact of this decision. And Connecticut Children's issued a statement saying, in part, quote, this process is being carried out in a deliberate and planful way with ongoing communication and support for the families and team members directly involved. It continues to be an evolving and fluid situation. And Prospect Medical Holdings indicates it will be selling the 3 Connecticut hospitals it owns in the near future. The bankrupt company indicates that the stalking horse bid auction process to sell Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals will launch soon. Prospect previously had an agreement to sell the hospitals to Yale New Haven Health, but that deal collapsed. A stalking horse bid is an initial offer for an asset of a bankrupt company designed to stimulate more bidding. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead, half an hour from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. That's all volume delays. And on 84 eastbound, crawling along through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, I thought about this last night kiddingly, kind of tongue-in-cheek to myself and the voices in my head. And I said, hey, voices, is Trump derangement syndrome a real thing? And, you know, we've all heard it and seen it. TDS, yeah, my friend has TDS or my uncle has TDS. Trump lives in his head 24/7, 365, whatever. And you kind of laugh at it. But I'm kind of sitting here last night reading some stuff, wondering, is it out there? Is it real? What I mean by Trump derangement syndrome, or any derangement syndrome, is almost like Stockholm syndrome. Did you ever hear that? Where you are so engulfed or enveloped by a captor or somebody who has captured your anxiety or whatever, that you stop the basic premise of thinking about something. And the reason I brought that up today, and the reason I was kind of laughing to myself, and again, the imaginary voices in my head last night, was that I'm sitting here reading, very good stories from wire services and different networks and all different types of print and online outlets about this agreement between the Trump DOJ and the White House and Columbia University in New York to say, hey, okay, you're going to get your federal money back, but this stuff that went on with Jewish students months ago, pre the election, that ain't going to happen again. And you're going to have to behave. And my God, I'm reading stuff, and 90% of the stuff I'm reading had nothing to do with what Columbia is actually accused of doing. It all had to do with Trump. Well, where does the Trump White House get to do? Well, if you're about to hand a college or some entity hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money, shouldn't they not harass Jewish students? You don't think a Democratic administration quite properly would have done this if this was aimed at black students or Hispanic students or Muslim students or gay students or Asian Pacific Islander students or Eastern European students? You don't think they would have done that? Oh, of course they would have. And they would have been rightfully congratulated for doing that. But because of this growing, sadly, and I'm not just the one saying it, you can Google this and listen to all the highfalutin Democrats say it, because of this strain of anti-Semitism that is just gurgling and bubbling up on the left here in the country, it's mind-boggling. I'm telling you, for every 10 or 11 responses I read last night on this whole thing, 9 or 10 of them was, oh, they're bending knee to the modern Hitler. Oh, come on. You cannot be dumb enough to think that. And then you get one popping up saying, listen, I'm not a Trump lover, but he was right to do this. So what is the crux of all this? Well, now you remember several months ago there were these protests, a lot of them at Penn. Remember, it caused their president to step aside. The same thing happened at Columbia. The same thing happened at Harvard too. Now Harvard's not giving in here. This thing with the Trump White House and Harvard is probably going to end up at the U.S. Supreme Court. And that should be somewhat interesting, I think. So I asked the question here at Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Once again, Facebook.com/Voice of CT. I can pull it up here as I'm looking at 18 things at once. Have recent protests on many college campuses crossed a line from legitimate grievances to outright hatred and bigotry? What do you think about that? And what do you think of the agreement that was struck between the White House and Columbia? So I'm going to read some of these. You tell me whether you think this is out of line. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, in exchange for getting their federal money back, Columbia agrees to pay the federal. Now they pay the federal government $200 million to settle claims of unlawful racial discrimination and provide the federal government with hiring and admissions data. They agree to pay $20 million to Jewish employees to settle claims of post-October 7th civil rights violations and harassment. They agreed to share relevant data on foreign applicants with the U.S. government. I got nothing wrong with that. I got nothing wrong with that. Well, you don't want foreign students to come. I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. I have nothing wrong with nothing against foreign students. Shouldn't they be vetted by the government too, along with the school? Just saying. Here's my favorite. Colombia agrees to implement a ban on masked protests, maintain a trained security force. Oh, boy, can you imagine the stuff going on there? And to cooperate with the NYPD to limit further disturbances. You remember the past administration, well, we don't want the police on. Yeah, we're requesting that the police stay off campus. What? Huh? Why? Wait a minute. So you're requesting that there's to be less security for your students who live on campus? How does that work? Oh, I get it. Under the agreement, disciplinary matters will be moved to the purview of the Office of the Provost from the Faculty Senate. Thank God. The last thing I want is a bunch of leftist faculty members at Columbia evaluating whether somebody should be bounced. And they've agreed to establish an independent monitor and administrator to assure compliance. There's nothing wrong with that. You got any problem with that? Is that, as some people I have read online say, is that a crushing blow to academic freedom? Where does any of that? I'll ask you, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Where does any of that infringe on the teaching of anything at Columbia?
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hi, it's Sissy from the Blue Sky Diner in Stratford. Along with my mother Mary and my brother Nick, we are proud to carry on our family tradition of serving great food at affordable prices. Grab a booth or take a seat at the counter and enjoy breakfast or lunch. Always served with a smile. To our regular customers, thank you. And if you're new, come give us a try. Plus, our patio is now open. Blue Sky Diner, 273 Ferry Boulevard in Stratford. We're open daily from 6:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. We can't wait to see you. Order up!
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
How did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos. Malcolm is a listening learner, so he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to be however you learn. Babbel makes it easy. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text radio to 64,000. That's radio to 64,000.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead, half an hour from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. That's all volume delays. And on 84 eastbound, crawling along through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s, heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, 203-333-9422, WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut. Voice of Connecticut.
As students all around Connecticut summit some of the elite universities here in the state reacting to what happened yesterday. What's probably going to happen at Harvard, too. An agreement here between those schools and the Trump White House and the DOJ to say, hey, you got to clamp down a little bit more on these protests. Not telling you that folks can protest here. But the scenario here of what we saw at Princeton and what we saw at Columbia and either in Harvard, or I should say also at Harvard, either or at Harvard as well. You know, regarding these protests, to get a little bit out of hand here, and again, the masked protesters here screaming about the Middle East and screaming about this or that. Well, okay, you can do that, but when you cross the line into harassment, when you cross the line into what many students said was out-and-out intimidation here, and they did it to faculty members as well. See, I've never quite understood. I really haven't. Explain this to me. At 333-9422, 333-WIC. See, I have never quite understood the concept of somebody being allowed to go to a school, especially a foreign student, because they're all double agents. You know, I'm kidding. It's a joke. Relax. My God, can't I have a little satire here? But I've always found it a little odd that at some of these schools, not all, but the stories that make it into the media. And I understand there are students from other countries who may have problems with the governance of the U.S. and have problems with what their schools do. I get it. I understand that. But I'll ask this. Where's the courtesy? In other words, it's like one of our guests said the other day, Adam Kissel, you have these perpetual students who are at these schools 4, 5, 6, 10, 12 years. They're TAs, they're faculty assistants. They become faculty members, whatever. And you see some of these people coming here and holding these protests on campus and telling the school what they have to do, and the divesting here and divesting there. That's the crowd that really makes me laugh, too. I mean, you have these students who hold these protests, say, well, the school should divest its holding, divest out of Israel or get rid of its fossil fuel stuff. No, wait a minute. Hold it. You made a choice to go to this school, did you not? Well, I did. So wait a minute. You're going, again, let me use the customer and boss kind of simile here, if you were. You go to a restaurant, you're a customer at a restaurant, a deli, a bakery. Well, then you're going to go in there and start bitching and moaning about how they make the stuff. After you made the choice that to go to that deli, that bakery, that butcher shop, that meat packer, whatever, when you could have gone to any one of 1,000 others, and then you're going to walk in there and say, well, yeah, I'm going to do business with you. I'm giving you your money, but I'm going to complain about everything. Why is that allowed? And again, I'm not for shutting speech down. It's not so much shutting speech down as it is the, how should I put this? As it is the idea that you can have a lot of students, including foreign students, come in and by the good graces of our immigration policy and our policies regarding foreign students come in and do the stuff like you saw at Columbia. And then when you have an administration say, hey, you know what, tap the brakes on this. Put a sock in it, okay? Just because you're coming here and just because you're handing over the money doesn't mean you can run the place. And all of a sudden, Trump derangement syndrome kicks in. It's all Trump's fault instead of say, hey, well, maybe he's got, I don't like the guy. Trump makes me ill, but, maybe these people are saying he makes me ill, but, maybe he's right on this one. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I know there are people saying, well, Paul, in this Columbia thing, there's further vetting of foreign students. What's wrong with that? You don't think if an American were to go and study in another country, you don't think the immigration people in other countries, run files on Americans? What's wrong with that? Listen, I got no problem with the benevolence of this country, but let's call this for what it is. And I'm not the only person saying it. Universities of all sizes, whether it's a little community college or the biggest mega universities, the Ohio States of the world, the Michigans of the world with 50, 60,000 students, one advantage of foreign students is that they usually pay full boat. A lot of them. And they usually, not always, but they don't get the level of student aid, and they foreign students are moneymakers for colleges, there's nothing wrong with that. But come on, you think the communist Chinese government is going to allow a kid from some dissident's family to go to Yale or Harvard or Columbia or Penn or Princeton? You don't think they have control over that? So again, if some of these countries have control over who they're allowing to leave, is it okay for us to have a little control? Maybe, just a little bit. Not looking to drop the hammer on it, but should we know a little bit more about who's coming in? That's all. Sounds fair to me. Paul in Monroe. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Oh, good. So everything he says makes total sense to most people, I think.
Mm-hmm.
However, when people are going into a different country, you have to obey the rules and the laws. And I mean, it doesn't matter, but you're basically an invited guest here.
Yes.
And same if we go to their country.
Mm-hmm.
You better know the rules. And, if littering is a big thing over there that you're not supposed to do, you better not do it. Because you're still an invited guest no matter what, even you're paying. And you know what? There's other people that can break the law, but so let them do it if you want to.
Yeah. Paul, I'm sorry. You're breaking up, my friend, Paul in Monroe. Paul, I get you. I understand. And, Paul, thank you. Appreciate the call and appreciate the kind words. If I go to study, even at my elderly age of 103, no, seriously, if I go to study at the University of Bologna Medical School in Italy or something like that, do you think I'm going to sit there and join protests about the foreign policy of the Italian government? No, I'm going to say to myself, hey, Ace, you're a guest here. You have absolutely no right to do that. See, that's it. See, that's the problem. We don't have enough people in enough schools saying, hey, great to have you here at Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Columbia. Remember, you don't live here. You're a guest.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead, half an hour from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. That's all volume delays. And on 84 eastbound, crawling along through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
For 90 years, Social Security has delivered every check, every month, keeping its promise to hardworking Americans and helping millions of Connecticut residents retire with dignity. As we celebrate Social Security turning 90, AARP promises to keep it strong for older Americans today and our kids and grandkids tomorrow. Join us. Sign the pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/we earned it. That's aarp.org/we earned it. Paid for by AARP.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Pro wrestling giant Hulk Hogan has died. His star power helped transform professional wrestling. Host Curran Batia.
Definitely an influential figure in the world of wrestling, and then someone who transcended sports into just the mainstream culture.
His relatability made him a reality TV star, and he dabbled in movies.
I got to be more myself than Hulk Hogan, so I felt at ease not having those parameters of staying in that character of the Hulk. It was more like myself.
Hogan later weighed in on politics, speaking at last year's Republican National Convention.
So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again.
Trump posted today the Hulkster, as he called him, was strong, tough, smart, and had the biggest heart. He was 71. CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 2-year-old Fairfield boy has died 1 week after being pulled unresponsive from a backyard swimming pool. Anthony Jones passed away early yesterday morning at Yale New Haven Children's Hospital. The child fell into a swimming pool at his family's rental home last Wednesday and was unresponsive when removed from the water. Vital signs were restored by paramedics, but the family was informed soon afterwards that the boy was on life support and would not survive. Dangerously hot conditions are expected in southwestern Connecticut tomorrow. The National Weather Service has issued a heat advisory for all of Fairfield County from 11 a.m. until 8 p.m. tomorrow. Temperatures are expected to be around 95 degrees with high humidity, making it feel as high as 103 degrees. Dr. Listy Thomas from St. Vincent's Medical Center had some advice for residents looking to protect themselves.
Our body's ability to regulate temperature definitely weakens as the temperature rises more than our body can handle. So sun protection, hats, stay in the shade as much as they can, and keep hydrated.
Cooler air returns on Saturday with high temperatures in Fairfield County expected to be around 85 degrees. A daycare center in Milford is pushing back against Connecticut's mandatory vaccine requirements. The Milford Christian Academy first brought a suit against the state in 2023 when Connecticut updated its vaccine requirements to remove the religious exemption. The daycare center is now bringing the suit again, backed by the legal nonprofit We the Patriots USA. Jim Loomer, pastor of the church affiliated with the center, says that the law is an overreach by state government.
We're honoring and listening to what the parents are saying and saying to the state, I think you're being unreasonable. You're overstepping what really is your authority.
The Attorney General will be defending the state in court. A new COVID variant is making up over 40% of new cases nationwide, particularly here in Connecticut. The Nimbus strain is similar to past COVID variants, but is characterized by a signature symptom, the razor blade throat, which is an extremely severe sore throat. Infectious disease specialist Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare says that despite updated federal recommendations, the COVID vaccine is still most effective protection from the virus.
Our CDC is no longer recommending vaccine for healthy children and pregnant women. But I think in the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. And it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect.
A former West Haven city employee convicted in a COVID relief fund fraud case will be allowed to keep his pension. A Superior Court judge has declined to revoke the pension of more than $5,000 a month that is paid to John Bernardo. He admitted to conspiring with former state representative and city employee Michael DeMassa to steal over $600,000 in relief funds. The judge ruled that the decades Bernardo spent as a city firefighter and fire marshal outweigh the conviction. The Connecticut Sun will reportedly play home games in Uncasville again next season. NBC Connecticut reported a letter sent to season ticket holders says the team will be playing at Mohegan Sun Arena in 2026. Reports have recently surfaced that the team, owned by the Mohegan tribe, might be sold. Last month, a city councilor in Boston filed a resolution urging support for the team to relocate there. And the first Wegmans grocery store in Connecticut is now open in Norwalk. A long line was wrapped around the building at the Connecticut Avenue store when the doors opened for the first time yesterday. Wegmans officials say over 3,000 customers had passed through the doors of the new store by 3 p.m. yesterday. Wegmans has hired over 500 people to work at the new store. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
12 across Route 15 northbound, crash at Route 34. Nobody's getting through right now. Backup starts before exit 56. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, hour and 20. Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead, a half an hour from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. 84 eastbound, an hour from Danbury and Newtown, and westbound, an accident reported near exit 9. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Want to thank a person who emailed in. And by the way, even though we have text going at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC talk or text, got to thank Paul, who emailed in and said the publication I was thinking about earlier for Trump derangement syndrome, TDS, would be the PDR, the Physicians desk reference. I said DMSV, which I think is another scenario there. All right, man, this is great. This is like a Netflix series. This is like me watching Watergate all over again. Donald Trump, the White House, Pam Bondi, the Speaker of the House, all about the Jeffrey Epstein case and files, and doing his sworn duty to try and make all sense of this. Our friend CBS News reporter Aaron Navarro in D.C. Aaron, what is up with you? This gets curiouser and curiouser every day, doesn't it?
It's the story that doesn't seem to go away, despite the president's and the White House's, attempts to pivot to other things and move past this. But certainly more developments have been coming every day since this all started.
Yeah. Now, when last we left our studio audience yesterday, Aaron, we had a judge saying no, you can't see the grand jury testimony. We had a member of the House saying we're going to get Ghislaine Maxwell in here. And then we had the big story, courtesy of the Wall Street Journal, regarding, we told Mr. Trump his name is in a lot of these files. So, man, what do we make of that? Or is this just a more twister here?
Certainly, yeah, there's been a lot of developments. I'll start with the unsealing of grand jury files. You saw a federal judge in Florida reject that premise. There is still an outstanding ask in New York from the Department of Justice in their attempt to get more of those grand jury files unsealed. That is still going through the court process. The judge is still deciding all of that. The Wall Street Journal story, the one that we saw yesterday, was essentially mentioning that President Trump, his name was in the Epstein files. He was told by his attorney general in May that was the case. Again, it is not a full-on declaration that there was any wrongdoing by him, and we already know that the president and Jeffrey Epstein were close in the 1990s, running kind of in the same social circle in New York City. But it certainly ties him again to Jeffrey Epstein, a story that he is looking to get past. In the response, the White House noted that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club and sometime in the 2000s and said that this was just a continuation of what they called, quote, fake news stories.
Aaron, thank you. Aaron Navarro, CBS News, watching the story that just won't go away. Aaron, thanks. Be careful, my friend. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Aaron Navarro there, CBS News. So I'm looking up on the screens I have on my computer of the TV up there in the corner to my right, and man, it doesn't go away. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And by the way, what doesn't go away is our question on this, too. Our questions of the day never go away. They will live forever. It's like certain atoms that don't degrade. No, but seriously, one of the questions we post here on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do you think there are any details in the Jeffrey Epstein files that are damaging to President Trump? Now, damaging is the key word here. Like Aaron Navarro just said, and like all the outlets are saying here, Fox, MSNBC, CBS News, ABC, this guy Epstein, who you never really heard about before the tawdry stuff began, this guy, he's one of these, oh, yeah, I know Jeffrey Epstein. So the fact that the Trump name may be mentioned in those files, now maybe we know it. So that's not the big thing. But again, what people would say, well, he was with him on X and X date. And, the court testimony from Ghislaine Maxwell. And now, what is it, her brother is saying, well, she's got additional stuff she can say. Oh, my God. So, there's always going to be some innuendo there. And again, I had somebody at the station here say, well, don't you think the Democrats would have used it? No, I don't. I think there's an element of, like I said, we go back to the nuclear war and nuclear programming, Cold War. I think there's an element of mutually assured destruction here. Hey, we know you were there. We know he was there. But you know that the other guy was there and she was there, whatever. So if you fire a salvo at me on this, I'm going to fire back at you twice, and I'll give names, dates, places, and what went on. So there is a lot of grease and sleaze with this one. 203-333-9422, WICC on a Thursday.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
We know we're supposed to be getting ready for retirement, but it's so complicated we're just not sure how. And that's exactly why David Gagnon of First Financial Planners is on the radio.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. And the 1%ers, the very wealthy out there, are in that category because they did things differently.
Every week, David cuts through another layer of that confusion, making retirement planning something we can all understand. Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. Find out more at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry, Terry.
Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, crash at Route 34. Nobody's getting through right now. Backup starts before exit 56. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, hour and 20. Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead, a half an hour from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. 84 eastbound, an hour through Danbury and Newtown, and westbound, an accident reported near exit 9. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And I know there are people who say this isn't a real thing, but it kind of is. What am I talking about here? You know how they say deaths come in threes? And there have been statisticians and studies to say, well, if you look at celebrity deaths, it doesn't really happen that way. It doesn't? I mean, look at the people that are passing away. Now, coming up next hour, of course, we'll have an expert on here to talk about the impact, wrestling and otherwise, in pop culture. Hulk Hogan died today. It's been one of our top stories here on CBS News ever since it broke. Hulk Hogan, 71 years. Terry Bollea was his real name, but of course, I mean, come on. Nobody's name Hulk Hogan. 71 years old. So you have Hulk Hogan. You had Ozzy Osbourne a few days ago, of course. We talked about that around the air. And Connie Francis passed away. Again, was that last week, I think? So, and again, I know people say, and they've done analyses on this and things like that, but people walking around the station today, and even, before coming in, well, here's the third one. You hear it all over the place, TV, other radio stations, whatever. Well, here's the third. We had Connie Francis, we had Ozzy, we had Hulk Hogan. And we had another one today. And again, I'm not trying to gloat in deaths here. But when celebrities pass away, there is a natural kind of reckoning, right, of how old we are. And not just how old we are as a numerical age, but it's kind of a reckoning of mile markers, especially when it comes to musicians. Like, how many people, when they heard the death of Connie Francis, said today, well, hey, I was X amount of years old when I heard that song. Another one today, Chuck Mangione. Remember him? Doesn't play a trumpet. He plays a, Chris, you're the, what is it that looks like a trumpet? A flugelhorn? Is that it? That Chuck Mangione played? Yes, thank you. In case you didn't know, Chris Williams is I think it's safe to say Chris is a rather accomplished Chris wants me to say he's an accomplished multi-instrumentalist. How about that? You'd be surprised of the talents here, Mr. Williams. Anyway, yes, I believe Chuck Mangione. Now, he could have played other stuff. I don't know. But he was he played the flugelhorn, which is kind of a knockoff of the trumpet, a little higher register, I think, different range there, octaves and all that sort of scientific audio stuff. Chuck Mangione passed away. Good life, I think 84 or something like that. By the way, we have a tendency, and I'm not criticizing anybody for this, but obviously when we hear about deaths, it is sad. The end of the physical life and being on Earth with people that we felt some sort of connection with over the years, music-wise, actor, TV, movie, whatever. Anybody that took our minds off of the slop that happened during the day, we feel kind of a kinship with. But it's kind of odd, is it not, when somebody dies and say they lived a hard life and they got to their mid-70s or late 70s, and I get kind of kidded by some people around the station here. Let me explain. I'm not trying to be a jerk, although they do kind of pay me for that. No, seriously, right? You hear of people passing away, actors, actresses, musicians, whatever, politicians, and they've lived a good long life. And when you hear, like, for example, a man, we all would love to live forever. I guess most people would if their lives are good. Oh, he died. How old was he? Let me see here. He was 78, 79. Oh, that's too bad. Well, is it really too bad? The average male life expectancy in the U.S. is what, 78 or 70, if you're healthy to that point, 77, 78. That's a pretty good run. Now, fortunately, hopefully the genetic predisposition for this has rubbed off on me. I have people on both sides of my families in their 90s. So knock on wood, I hope I'm still here doing this show in 25, 30 years. Imagine that. Wheeling me in here with an IV drip and the little oxygen cannula in my nose. Can you imagine that? But you hear people say, "Oh, that's too bad." He died? Well, yeah, he was 87. It's like saying, and please, I'm not trying to laugh at it. Oh my God, she died. How was she? How old was she? She was 93. Oh, that's too bad. Wait a minute. She was 93. The average female life expectancy in the U.S. is like, what, 81, 82 for a guy? It's like 78, 79. You see, you women, got to be nice to us. You're going to be around here 3 or 4 years older. Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Terry Bollea, Hulk Hogan. We'll talk about him with a wrestling expert coming up next hour. These guys, I'm kind of not shocked or amazed, but he made his 70s. And, listen, you can say how, quote unquote, fake wrestling is. All right, it's now termed sports entertainment, whatever. We get that. You still got to be athletic to do it. You still have to absorb those, whatever they call, flying whatever off the elbow, arm, even though they do it in a way to minimize injury. They're coming off the turnbuckle there. They go for that flying slam, and then the guy or the gal rolls out of the way. Hell, Hulk Hogan, yeah, made a lot of money. International fame. His body must have been a wreck. Even at his age, it was 71. But again, heart attack. And there's the obvious, sadly, it's kind of the obvious thing here where, they did a lot of steroids back then. But again, even if that was the case, 71 for what he did, it's a good run. Has there ever been a celebrity death that really got to you? And got to you for, maybe it made you cry. Maybe it depressed you for 2 or 3 days. Maybe it was the kind of thing where you had seen this person once or twice and had been a seminal moment. I never went to a wrestling card, and I know it's odd. All the cards that came through Hartford and New Haven at the arena and the Civic Center and the Coliseum. I would watch wrestling on TV. I go back, now I'm old. I go back to the days of Bruno Sammartino, Irish Pat Patterson, the Polish power of Ivan Putski. Shall we go on? Jimmy Superfly Snuka. So, you're that generation. The unpredictable Johnny Rods. Oh, how about that? You didn't think I'd come up with him. And how about one of my personal favorites, too? JYD. Remember him? The Junkyard Dog. And what did JYD? Let's see who knows that. I have absolutely nothing to give you. None. I don't have any prizes, but can you tell me no cheating here, what did Junkyard Dog have written on the back of his wrestling trunks? Do you remember? It was a 5-letter word. Does anybody remember what the famed Junkyard Dog? I think it was him. Yeah. He had one word that ran from hip to hip. And it covered, shall we say, it covered both cheeks rather nicely. You tell me, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. This is not a contest. I will tell you, I have nothing for you from the prize closet. The prize closet for my show was cleaned out a long time ago. But if you want to impress me, I'll leave this question dangling in the air. The Junkyard Dog, JYD, do you remember? What did he have written on his, shall we say, backside? It might be a word that you could live by. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, crash at Route 34. Nobody is getting through right now. Backup starts before exit 56. Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, hour and 20. Greenwich through Fairfield. Further ahead, a half an hour from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. 84 eastbound, an hour through Danbury and Newtown, and westbound, an accident reported near exit 9. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s, heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care. It's different here.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
The great Hulk Hogan, Terry Bollea. You've been hearing it at top and bottom of the hour from CBS News. Another update coming up. Hulk Hogan has died. He was 71. Pretty good run, I think. I'm sure the use of whatever he was using to, shall we say, enhance himself. And again, I'm not accusing the late great Hulk of something that was rumored back then, but who knows, that it's not good on your organs as you get older. But lived a good life and was seen, across media platform. And again, for years, he was associated with the Connecticut-based, what used to be the Worldwide Wrestling Federation. And then because of the World Wildlife Federation, they had to change that. So the McMahons, Vince and Linda, going to WWE. So again, thinking about the old guard of wrestlers here and guys I grew up watching. And one of the guys who was my favorite was what they would call a ham and egger, meaning, he was kind of a B-level guy. He never ascended to the top, but he's one of these guys that drove up and down the East Coast, did the act, and made a little niche for himself. The Junkyard Dog. He used to have the chain. Remember, JYD used to. I was thinking, little kid thinking to myself, why? Hey, Mom, can I get a chain? No, you can't. But what did JYD have printed across his backside? Now, a couple of people have answered this, and they are correct on email and on the text. Let's see if Dave and Meriden knows. Dave, what did JYD have on his keister?
I don't have a clue, but I remember Killer Kowalski and those guys.
That was a little before my time, just around a little bit. Oh, you don't remember what JYD had on his rear end?
No, I never watched him. But hey, every time a celebrity passes away, I always post this picture of Keith Richards sitting there saying, "Hey Mick,
I know.
Look who I outlived today."
I saw that, Dave. Thank you, appreciate it. I got to run. No, JYD. Now here's a word to live by, folks. JYD across his keister had the word thump. THUMP. Thump across both of his cheeks. Why he chose thump, I will never know.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Pro wrestling superstar Hulk Hogan has died. He redefined the sport. Mark Raimondi of ESPN.
Larger-than-life figure, especially in the 1980s with the red and yellow and his signature facial hair, right, the Fu Manchu. He was as recognizable as anyone in the 80s, right up there with the Stallones and the Schwarzeneggers. He was one of the biggest stars really in the country and the world, and he parlayed that into a lot of business. No one sold more tickets in the history of professional wrestling than Hulk Hogan did.
Hogan went on to become a reality TV star, and he weighed in on politics, speaking at last year's Republican National Convention.
I'm Stacey Lynn at the White House. President Trump reacting to the death of Hulk Hogan, posting on Truth Social, quote, "We lost a great friend today, the Hulkster. Hulk Hogan was MAGA all the way, strong, tough, smart, but with the biggest heart. He entertained fans from all over the world, and the cultural impact he had was massive."
Food Network star Ann Burrell's death has been ruled a suicide. The medical examiner in New York listed the cause of death as acute intoxication due to the combined effects of alcohol, amphetamine, and over-the-counter antihistamines. The French president has just announced France will recognize Palestine as a state. The ceasefire talks on Gaza are off again. President Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff says the U.S. team is leaving Doha. Justice Department officials are set to meet with the imprisoned girlfriend of Jeffrey Epstein as law lawmakers demand to know more. Ed O'Keefe reports.
The Justice Department's being subpoenaed now for all the records. It was a House Oversight Subcommittee that is issuing that subpoena, asking for everything the Justice Department has, and then going further to subpoena attorneys general and other officials that were either involved in the Epstein investigations dating back to the Bush administration, or some other key figures who are close to Epstein or were once close to Epstein, including Bill and Hillary Clinton. So this is a three-branch affair now. The executive, judicial, and legislative branches all engaged in this in one way or another. The speed with which the Ghislaine Maxwell interview is happening shows you how quickly, how eagerly the Justice Department is trying to get a handle of this.
CBS's Lana Zak in Iowa City has the latest on the extreme heat that's still blanketing much of the Midwest.
More than 100 million people are trapped under an intense heat dome, with temperatures skyrocketing. Tens of thousands of cyclists pedaled hundreds of miles from one end of Iowa to the other for RAGBRAI, the world's longest recreational bike ride.
No one's racing. And what's the hurry? Get back in your hot tent?
On Wall Street, stocks finished mixed. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-375-8936. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-375-8936, 800-375-8936, 800-375-8936.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut Children's Hospital has announced that it will be winding down gender care for patients under the age of 19. This comes after President Trump issued an executive order this past January that mandates hospitals end this type of care or risk losing funding. Governor Ned Lamont has pledged to work with Attorney General William Tong to, quote, understand the full impact of this decision. And Connecticut Children's issued a statement saying, in part, quote, this process is being carried out in a deliberate and planful way with ongoing communication and support for the families and team members directly involved. It continues to be an evolving and fluid situation. Prospect Medical Holdings indicates it will be selling the 3 Connecticut hospitals it owns in the near future. The bankrupt company indicates that the stalking horse bid auction process to sell Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals will launch soon. Prospect previously had an agreement to sell the hospitals to Yale New Haven Health, but that deal collapsed. A stalking horse bid is an initial offer for an asset of a bankrupt company designed to stimulate more bidding. Dangerously hot conditions are expected in southwestern Connecticut tomorrow. The National Weather Service has issued a heat advisory for all of Fairfield County from 11 a.m. until 8 p.m. tomorrow. Temperatures are expected to be around 95 degrees with high humidity, making it feel as high as 103 degrees. Dr. Listy Thomas from St. Vincent's Medical Center had some advice for residents looking to protect themselves.
Our body's ability to regulate temperature definitely weakens as the temperature rises more than our body can handle. So sun protection, hats, stay in the shade as much as they can, and keep hydrated.
Cooler air returns on Saturday with high temperatures in Fairfield County expected to be around 85 degrees. And St. Anne's Festival begins tonight in Norwalk. The festival runs through Sunday and features live music, carnival rides, and Italian food. St. Anne's Feast will begin tomorrow night at 6 and go until 10 p.m., but the fun begins this evening at 16 Hendricks Avenue. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield and Bridgeport. Further ahead, a half an hour from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound. Heavy residual delays. Orange and Milford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. 84 westbound accident remains near exit 9. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, a whole lot of folks still want to comment about this Ghislaine Maxwell thing here and, whether she's going to spill the beans, as it were, on the Jeffrey Epstein situation here, 203-333-9422. Now, I mentioned I usually do one or two. Hi there, by the way, hour 3 of Connecticut Today. Usually one or two questions of the day, depending upon what's big in the news, citywide, statewide, or nationally. And you look at all the news channels, all the online sites, even the local ones are saying, hey, is there something here with these Jeffrey Epstein files? And folks are still responding to our question from yesterday. Do you think there are any details in the Jeffrey Epstein files that could be damaging to President Trump? Emphasis on damaging. Were they probably at the same parties together? Yeah, Trump admits. He says he kicked them out of Mar-a-Lago when he found out what was going on. All right, fine. Yeah, so that's what he says. But what do you folks think? That's what we're here for before we get back to the phones and our next guest. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And as always, he's staying hydrated now. I can see him in the studio there. Chris Williams is taking a look at some of the, Chris, we're still getting responses to this. Some of the newer responses to this Jeffrey Epstein thing say what exactly?
As recently as an hour ago, Sharon said probably, but also would bet a lot of politicians are in there too. But it doesn't matter. Release them and let the chips fall where they may. Jack said no. Robert said absolutely not. Democrats still grasping at straws, not realizing yet that they have no platform nor any reason to be elected. I can't wait until the midterms. Julia said no doubt there is. I'm sure the higher powers have already removed any evidence, unfortunately. And Helene said no, everything was probably planned by the last administration.
All right, thank you there. Chris Williams there. Once again, if you want to comment on that question or any of our questions, I do not pull them down. They stay up there, as we say in Latin land, ad infinitum. At facebook.com/voice of CT. A lot more coming up. Bill in Bridgeport starts us off this hour. Bill, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Actually, this was about Hulk Hogan was going to talk to you about.
Yeah.
He lived in Stamford. He used to ride up US 1 into Bridgeport on his big red custom Harley.
Really?
He'd ride around St. Mary's. Oh, yeah.
Now,
or in Bridgeport a few times.
Yeah.
I met Johnny Rods in Bridgeport. Johnny Rods wanted me to go to his wrestling school.
The unpredictable Johnny Rods. Yes, very good.
He's only like 5'6", something like that.
Really? Yeah, he was he was thick, but he didn't impress me as being a big guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he goes to me, hey, big boy, come to my school.
Nice.
Teach you wrestling.
Did you give it a
lots of money.
Did you give it a thought, Bill?
I was too old at the time.
Yeah.
You got to start that in your 20s, not when you hit 30.
Yeah. Well, a lot of those guys, again.
I met Alpha and Sika just after L'Ambiance Plaza. They were putting up posters in Bridgeport for the big wrestling benefit they were putting on.
Really? Wow. Yeah, the Samoans, Alpha and Sika. Remember them? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Bill, that was the golden age. Bill, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah. A lot of those wrestlers, I mean, the big names Bill's right. You saw them around Fairfield County where the WWE, at one time it was the WWF or the WWF, Worldwide Wrestling Federation, Fairfield County. And a lot of them were in the New Haven area too. Because I believe, if I remember this correctly, a lot of them lived in, not a lot, but enough of them lived in Hamden. Even some of the national names, because I think, and don't quote me on this, but I remember hearing and seeing, I guess, that Ken Patera, who was a wrestler of some magnitude, of some draw, I think he had a wrestling school in and about Hamden. So Connecticut, even when the WWF really took off and then, kind of segued over to the huge conglomerate of the WWE, Connecticut had a big, big spot in professional wrestling as we talk about the death of Hulk Hogan, Hulkamania, Hulk passing away at 71. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Your schedule may change in the summer, but WICC still has all the latest local news and our full lineup of talk you need every day. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, The Download, and Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Plus live local news updates at the top and bottom of the hour, along with traffic and weather. We're live and local and here for you every day on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day, with a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age. Your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until July 31st with Tri-City and Rinnai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Hungry for inspiration in the kitchen? Join us Saturdays at 3 p.m. on WICC for Plum Love Foods, your ultimate food talk destination.
Hey, it's Chef Plum. I'm a 6-time Emmy-nominated chef with over 30 years in the industry. And unlike other food shows, we don't just talk about food. We actually work in the hospitality industry. Learn about some awesome food people in our state, or just have a laugh because it's just food. Plum Love Foods. No agenda, no politics, just food.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield and Bridgeport. Further ahead, a half an hour from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound. Heavy residual delays. Orange and Milford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. 84 westbound accident remains near exit 9. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s, heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The voice of Connecticut is WICC 600 and 95.9. Now, back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And as one of our previous callers just said, Hulk Hogan, at one time, one of the faces you would see just living his life around the Connecticut, the Fairfield County, New Haven County areas. The great Hulk Hogan, going back to when it was the Worldwide Wrestling Federation before it became the WWE behemoth, passing away at 71, and whether you liked wrestling or not, you knew who Hulk Hogan was. And joining us right now to talk about really a legend this guy leaves behind across all platforms, we welcome from the fine folks at News Nation. Check them out on your TV system, News Nation. Kurt Bardella joins us. Hey, Kurt, good afternoon. Paul in Connecticut. How are you, sir?
Hey, doing great. Thanks for having me.
This really, Kurt, I mean, obviously the death of Hulk Hogan, he is on the Mount Rushmore of wrestling, isn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, if you were going to have a Mount Rushmore of wrestling, of sports entertainment, Hulk Hogan is the very first face that you etch, in stone.
And talk about his origins. Terry Bollea, obviously. Anybody now with Wikipedia, we can dig into the origins of this guy. But the climb here, Kurt, from a guy named Terry Bollea taking on the name of Hulk Hogan, and they say successful people, Kurt, in media and sports, they just have it. And he had it in spades, didn't he?
Oh, he sure did. I mean, he had just charisma jumping off the screen. And, it's so interesting because, when Hulk Hogan really came on the scene, it was a very different time in our society. There was no cell phones. There was no internet. There's no social media. There's no way to become viral overnight. Yeah. There's no reason why anyone on the other side of the country should know your name. And yet, through his persona, through his charisma, through his ability to leap off the canvas, if you will, as a larger-than-life superhero, Hulk Hogan was able to mainstream professional wrestling from this thing that had a niche audience, was kind of made fun of, people called fake, to something that was very prevalent in our culture. I think about how cable TV worked back in the 80s. It was new. Yeah. Programming was different. MTV had just started. They started this thing called the Rock and Wrestling Connection that aired on MTV once a week that brought Hulk Hogan right into your living room with the likes of Cyndi Lauper or Alice Cooper. And all of a sudden, you have these new music fans being exposed to the product of wrestling for the first time. You have Cyndi Lauper at WrestleMania 1 that Hulk Hogan headlined. You have Hulk Hogan in Rocky 3 with Mr. T, who he would team up with as well in that famed WrestleMania. And he superseded that sport and grew into this global phenomenon where he's on Johnny Carson. He's on the cover of Sports Illustrated. If you've never watched a single second of wrestling, you knew the name Hulk Hogan.
Kurt Bardella, the guest, joining us about Hulk Hogan. Kurt knows his wrestling from News Nation. And Kurt, along with that, though, you needed, in fact, he needed this more in the 80s, as you mentioned, pre-social media. He had the personality. There was something about seeing him, the deep tan, the white Fu Manchu mustache, the bulging pecs. Wasn't he like the guy we all wanted to be to some point?
I mean, he had the 24-inch pythons, the red and yellow, the iconic theme song, I Am a Real American. And as a kid in the 80s, he's the one. Listen, I could tell you so many of us, we said our prayers and ate our vitamins.
That's right.
Hogan told us to. So he was, as a kid, he was a role model. And then as you grew into adolescence and eventually adulthood, he was someone that you aspired to be like, someone that you would. I remember, again, as a kid, going to a WWF live show and sitting through 3 hours of matches just to get to that final 15 minutes to see Hulk Hogan.
And when he came on stage, right, Kurt, and I'm a little bit older, so, I would see that and say, you know what? This is kind of like Muhammad Ali. You know, I would think to wrestling, Hogan was probably as well known. They say for a time Ali was the greatest well-known athlete in the world. I'd say Hulk Hogan was up there with him at one point.
I mean, it wasn't an accident that at WrestleMania 1, the special guest referee, while Hulk Hogan main evented, was Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
And he would participate in a number of things with Hulk over the years. And I think, again, in an era that was defined by these larger-than-life characters that were bigger than our ecosystem, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Oprah, Hulk Hogan is a name that stands among them during that period of time.
He still looked remarkably good, even though you could start to see it, Kurt, at the end. And I was talking to some people here at the station, and, you know, it's a reminder, this may be what they call it sports entertainment or an exhibition, but guys like Hulk Hogan, their bodies, Kurt, depending upon what they also put in their bodies, you know, everybody knows that, but man, they took, even if these were scripted, man, they took a pounding. I mean, these guys and gals, they take a physical beating that I don't think a lot of people understand.
Yeah, I always took issue when people called it fake. It's not fake. It's real. They are being thrown around that canvas. They are putting their bodies on the line. They are paying the price physically. There's a storyline. There is a script, if you will. But the physical toll that goes on, I dare anyone who has the audacity to look at these athletes and say what you do isn't real, I dare you to take a bump in the ring and then see what you have to say about it.
I would always say that, you go tell these guys and gals it's fake. Let me know what happens, right?
It's like, take one chop from Ric Flair on your chest and tell me if it's real or not.
Yeah. Hey, Kurt, when can we check you out on News Nation? What are you on so my audience knows?
You know, pretty much all the time. There's no shortage of things that we talk about. For once, I'm glad that I get to come on and talk about something that I'm passionate about, like wrestling. But I was just on Colin McShane's show literally 20 minutes ago.
Nice.
Last night I was on with Leland Vittert. I was on Morning in America this morning, as a matter of fact. So catch us on anytime, really. It's just a delight, though, to come on and be able to kind of share some of my own life experiences in fandom of the world of professional wrestling with you all.
All right, Kurt Bardella. Check him out, News Nation and newsnation.com. Kurt, thank you. Be good. We'll chat down the road. Appreciate it, man.
Look forward to it. Take
care.
All
right, thanks. Kurt Bardella, Bardella. He's on News Nation. Check him out, newsnation.com. And, of course, on, what do they say? What does the guy with the big voice say? Your local TV provider. 203-333 9422 333 WICC. Talk or text. Yeah. Think about it. He brought up a great point there. I mean, you see wrestling, I mean, even if you don't follow it, maybe your kids or your grandkids or your nieces or your nephew, it's easy now with social media. All these athletes, never mind wrestling, but everybody, all these athletes have podcasts, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, all this stuff. So they're around all the time. But when, a guy like Hulk Hogan hit the scene, Hulk hit the scene back in the Neanderthal days. Remember when if you sprung on cable TV, you had 36 channels. Remember that? Remember that prehistoric controller? It was kind of like 8, 10, 12 inches long. It had 12 push buttons. And then you had 3 rows. You know what I mean? The rocker switch on that's when Hulk Hogan got big. When we were oohing and eyeing over 36 channels. And he turned out to be one of the biggest, never mind sports figures, but figures, period, on the planet. Joe in Bridgeport takes us to news. Joe, how are you?
How are you today?
What's up, Joe? What do you got?
So Hulk Hogan and WWE, WWF.
Yeah.
I used to work with them many moons ago.
Okay.
And the whole thing about, these guys took a beating.
Oh.
And what people don't realize is I'd be on the road with them.
Yeah.
And what they don't realize is that anytime somebody got hurt, like if you watched it on TV, they wouldn't show it.
Okay.
There was always multiple ambulances at the event.
I can imagine that. Sure.
And then all of a sudden, you wouldn't see your favorite wrestler for a few months because he got hurt. And constant. I mean, there's constantly multiple ambulances at the event.
Listen, there are ambulances at a hockey game, too. So I used to wonder that, Joe, right? As a kid watching this stuff, I'd say, man, there must be injuries that we never hear about.
You would never see it. They would just cut it, and they would rush him out of there, and then you wouldn't see the guy for a few months. Guy, girl, whatever.
Yeah.
And then here's the other thing about wrestling people don't realize, that the guy putting out the hits, right? The guy, the punches. The
hits. Sure.
He's the one taking the bigger beating than the guy that's supposedly taking the hit, right?
Mm.
Like if he's doing a flying elbow off the rope, he's slammed his elbow on the floor when he lands.
Yes. Yeah, they do that. And, Joe, I do have to run. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, Joe's right. When you see them do the elbow, right? And Joe brought up a great point there. And, okay, they're applying a quote-unquote elbow to a leg. They're actually taking a beating on the other side of their body, which is what actually, and Joe, thanks for the call for pointing this out, a lot of times they're generating that big noise with another part of their body.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield and Bridgeport. Further ahead, a half an hour from the Moses Wheeler Bridge going through West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound. Heavy residual delays. Orange and Milford from an earlier problem that has been cleared. 84 westbound accident remains near exit 9. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100. And there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Pro wrestling superstar Hulk Hogan has died. He redefined the sport and later won the hearts of millions with a reality TV show. ESPN's Mark Raimondi.
Definitely an influential figure in the world of wrestling, and then someone who transcended sports into just the mainstream culture.
He died in Clearwater, Florida, of an apparent heart attack. He was 71. New York's chief medical examiner has ruled the death of celebrity chef Anne Burrell a suicide. She was found unresponsive in her Brooklyn home last month. She was 55. There's another snag in the Gaza ceasefire talks, and the U.S. delegation is leaving, as Stacey Lynn reports.
A week after mediators seemed optimistic, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff says the U.S. is cutting short the Gaza ceasefire talks and bringing home its negotiating team from Qatar.
On Wall Street, stocks have been mixed all day. The Dow Jones Industrial is currently down 243 points. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport firefighters rescued 3 people from the roof of a home on William Street this morning. Fire officials say they got the call around 10:40 this morning and found heavy fire coming from the multifamily home and quickly transmitted a second alarm. The adult and 2 children were on the roof of a porch. Firefighters raised a ladder and got them down. It took about 90 minutes to get the fire under control. The American Red Cross is assisting those that were displaced, and the Bridgeport Fire Marshal's office is investigating the cause and origin of the fire. A 2-year-old Fairfield boy has died 1 week after being pulled unresponsive from a backyard swimming pool. Anthony Jones passed away early yesterday morning at Yale New Haven Children's Hospital. The child fell into a swimming pool at his family's rental home last Wednesday and was unresponsive when removed from the water. Vital signs were restored by paramedics, but the family was informed soon afterwards that the boy was on life support and would not survive. A Wilton man accused of stabbing 2 men at a Western Massachusetts campground is blaming a cannabis-infused gummy for his behavior. The attorney for Jeffrey DeLuca says his client suffered an acute psychological reaction after consuming the gummies last Friday night and became paranoid. He's being held without bail on charges that include armed assault to murder and had a detention hearing today in Pittsfield. DeLuca is an executive with Ross Stores, and his wife is chair of the Wilton Board of Education. A veteran Stamford police officer is on administrative leave following his arrest yesterday on domestic violence charges. Charges against Gregory Zack include second-degree strangulation, second-degree threatening, multiple counts of assault, and disorderly conduct. He was released on $10,000 bond. Zack has been a Stamford officer since 2005. Southington Town Councilman Jack Perry is pledging to spend $500,000 of his own money to challenge 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson. The 35-year-old Perry yesterday officially kicked off his campaign for the U.S. House seat that Larson has held since 1999. Perry says he's planning to use some of the money raised from the sale of his family's garbage hauling business that he had run since 2008. Perry pledges to bring a fresh voice with new energy to the campaign. A former West Haven city employee convicted in a COVID relief fund fraud case will be allowed to keep his pension. A Superior Court judge has declined to revoke the pension of more than $5,000 a month that is paid to John Bernardo. He admitted to conspiring with former state representative and city employee Michael DeMassa to steal over $600,000 in relief funds. The judge ruled that the decades Bernardo spent as a city firefighter and fire marshal outweigh the conviction. A daycare center in Milford is pushing back against Connecticut's mandatory vaccine requirements. The Milford Christian Academy first brought a suit against the state in 2023 when Connecticut updated its vaccine requirements to remove the religious exemption. The daycare center is now bringing the suit again, backed by the legal nonprofit We the Patriots USA. Jim Loomer, pastor of the church affiliated with the center, says that the law is an overreach by state government.
We're honoring and listening to what the parents are saying and saying to the state, I think you're being unreasonable. You're overstepping what really is your authority.
The Attorney General will be defending the state in court. A new COVID variant is making up over 40% of new cases nationwide, particularly here in Connecticut. The Nimbus strain is similar to past COVID variants, but is characterized by a signature symptom, the razor blade throat, which is an extremely severe sore throat. Infectious disease specialist Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare says that despite updated federal recommendations, the COVID vaccine is still the most effective protection from the virus.
Our CDC is no longer recommending vaccine for healthy children and pregnant women. But I think in the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. And it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect.
The first Wegmans grocery store in Connecticut is now open in Norwalk. A long line was wrapped around the building at the Connecticut Avenue store when the doors opened for the first time yesterday. Wegmans officials say over 3,000 customers had passed through the doors of the new store by 3 p.m. yesterday. Wegmans has hired over 500 people to work at the new store. And the Connecticut Sun will reportedly play home games in Uncasville again next season. NBC Connecticut reported a letter sent to season ticket holders says the team will be playing at Mohegan Sun Arena in 2026. Reports have recently surfaced that the team owned by the Mohegan tribe might be sold. Last month, a city councilor in Boston filed a resolution urging support for the team to relocate there. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident reported at Route 895 North. Plan on up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield and Bridgeport. Further ahead, more congestion delays through Milford and West Haven. 84 westbound accident near exit 9. Eastbound plan on up to an hour through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower and thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Connecticut comes for live and local talk. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, at 203-333-9422. Looking at all the news channels here, looking around the state stuff here. Boy, everybody's still buzzing about Ghislaine Maxwell and this whole Trump Jeffrey Epstein thing. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And a shout out, as Chris just mentioned, to our fine firefighters, the men and women of the Bridgeport Fire Company. 3 people rescued from a roof of a burning home. This happened today. 2 kids and an adult. Fire in a multifamily home on William Street Thursday morning. They were on the roof of the front porch when heavy fire raged in the back of the structure, according to this summary here in Hearst. PIO for the Bridgeport Office of Emergency Management, Shawana White, with that info. Firefighters raising a portable ladder, safely getting the kids and the adult down. No reported injuries from the fire. All right, so remember, the damage can be repaired. Sometimes there's insurance, sometimes there's not, but good job by the Bridgeport, the men and women of the Bridgeport's bravest, the firefighters in the Park City. Barb in Stratford is with us. Hello, Barb. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Paul?
Barb, I'm all right. All things considered, I'm not going to complain.
There you go.
Yeah.
I used to have a crush on Hulk Hogan.
You did?
I did.
Yeah.
I was in my 20s.
Yeah. Did you ever meet him?
When he came, well, yeah, sort of. We shook hands, but then it was like, he was just shaking hands with everybody.
Yeah.
Meet and greet type thing.
Yeah.
He was huge.
Yeah, he's a big guy, huh?
Oh my God! Now I'm 5'9".
Yeah.
And my head was looking straight up at the ceiling to look at this guy. He was so tall.
They are, even to this day. I mean, those pro wrestlers, you cannot be even normal size, Barb,
nope.
and do that for a living. Your body can't do that. No.
You can't. You know, I used to go to all the wrestling matches.
Yeah.
I mean, I say, what was his name? The Indian Jay Strongbow.
Chief Jay Strongbow. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Who, believe it or not, Barb, if I read correct, he was actually Italian, but that doesn't count.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he used to wrestle with a big hoop earring in his ear.
Yeah.
And it never got ripped out.
Well, I believe, there was a little rule there. He probably told the other guys.
Yeah, but
yeah, I know.
Happen,
Accidents happen, yeah.
Accidents happen, but I remember one time I went to see him and a couple of others that were, relatively unknown around the area at Bunnell High School.
Wow, Bunnell and Stratford. Wow.
Bunnell High School,
Yeah.
My alma mater.
Yeah.
And he was there, and he was wrestling against this unknown, and he threw the guy to the ground, and all of a sudden, I heard the guy go, "Oh, I'm hurt."
Oh, really?
Next thing you know, it was like a little elbow here, a little elbow there, and the match was over.
Really?
And the guy ended up breaking his leg.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
So the guy that lost, the guy who was supposed to take a dive, broke his leg. Wow.
Yep, the unknown. He got hurt. Jay Strongbow was like, "Oh my God, I hurt the guy." Oh, and it was, it was an accident.
No, I understand that, Barb. Thank you so much. The great story. Thank you, Barb. Appreciate it. Yeah. Folks, you have to understand something. You don't tell these guys and gals what they do is fake. Now, is it entertainment? Yeah, look. Professional wrestling, again, emphasis on the word professional. There's always been storylines in wrestling. Real wrestling is college and high school wrestling. Lord knows, if you have any subscription service or whatever, you can, when it's in season, I pull up what's live on my ESPN Plus thing that I pay about $7 or $8 a month for, because, I do college hockey in season, so I can watch all the other college hockey. It's $8 a month. It's fine. But, man, there's regular wrestling up the wazoo. I mean, you can watch college wrestling like crazy. There's high school wrestling. Pro wrestling, yes, has incredible athletes, men and women, that do this. But it is, sports entertainment. It is what it is. And face it, anybody who watches it, even now, maybe more than now, after you stop marveling at the athleticism of some of these guys and gals, it's about a storyline. Hey, who's going to be the heel? Who's going to be the bad guy or the bad girl or the good guy or the good girl? That's the way it's always been. But again, as our last couple of callers have said there are injuries. There have to be. For what they do. I mean, can you imagine? Now, one of my favorites growing up turned out to be a real bad guy. He apparently killed his girlfriend, although I don't think he ever went to jail for it. Remember Jimmy Superfly Snuka? I mean, this guy used to climb onto the top rope on the turnbuckle and fly in the air and come down with an elbow. And I'm saying to myself, even as a kid, how? How is he doing this and not killing himself or somebody else?
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
$25,000 could be yours.
Catch the heaviest bluefish and walk away with the cash.
The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth happening August 23rd and 24th all over Long Island Sound. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or area bait and tackle shops.
$40,000 in total prizes just for doing what you already love, fishing.
Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Bluefish Tournament, and we'll see you on the Sound.
Are you over 50 and constantly feeling tired, bloated, or just a little off? Don't ignore it. Those could be signs that your liver is crying for help. As we age, our liver, which is essential for metabolism, digestion, immunity, and detoxification, needs extra support and protection. If neglected, it can leave you feeling sluggish and constantly off your game. That's where Active Liver from New Nordic comes in. Available in easy-to-take tablets or delicious gummies, Active Liver combines powerful natural ingredients like turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract to help support healthy liver function. With Active Liver, you're giving your body an essential daily defense against toxins from alcohol, fatty foods, and sweets, helping you reclaim your energy, improve digestion, lose the bloat, and strengthen your immunity so you can look and feel your best again. Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The Dow struggled while the S&P and NASDAQ both flirted with record levels once again. Google's parent Alphabet delivered better than expected earnings, while Tesla tumbled after delivering concerning reports about how EV subsidies and the end thereof could hurt them for quarters to come. An investigation into United Healthcare's Medicare billing practices weighed on the Dow today as the markets still looked forward to a deal with Europe on trade, patterned after the one recently reached with Japan. European markets were mostly higher today, same in Asia. Bond yields ticking up to 4.4%. As jobless claims remained very low. Oil up a bit to $65.43 a barrel, while gold, again, with slightly higher rates and a steady dollar, down back below $3,400 the ounce. As we head deeper into earnings season, keeping an eye out on what's happening with trade and tariffs and whether or not any further deals will be cut this week, as earnings season also continues underway in earnest.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident reported at Route 895 North. Plan on up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield and Bridgeport. Further ahead, more congestion delays through Milford and West Haven. 84 westbound accident near exit 9. Eastbound plan on up to an hour through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s, heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back, and only on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
Hey, coming up, our pal Steve Harding, State Senate Republican leader, to update you, the taxpayers, as to, well, a little bit of a weird thing going on in the state budget regarding some education funding. So we will talk to our friend Steve Harding coming up next hour. And my pal Dan Rusanowski, going to be back in town in Milford, New Haven. In a few days, there was a big charity golf tournament honoring Dan. Dan, of course, the Hall of Fame broadcaster for the San Jose Sharks, Milford native. So Dan coming home for a few days, going to be taking part in a charity golf tournament to benefit some local youth hockey players in the area. You may want to go to that. It may be sold out. I'm not sure. You can check it out online. But Milford native, still well known around these parts. The current still voice to this day of the NHL's San Jose Sharks. Dan Rusanowski going to join me just after the news at 5:30. We'll talk about what he's doing, of course, about this great charity event coming up as well. And we had Dan on several months ago and was happy to announce to a lot of his hometown folks that one of Milford's own is in the Hockey Hall of Fame. How's about that? How about that? Dan's in the Hall of Fame and well-deserved. Well-deserved. Done known Dan for 40-something years. We used to cover a lot of the old games back at the New Haven Coliseum. Yes, it may have been a dump, but it was our dump. Bill is with us. Speaking of New Haven, Bill, how are you, sir?
Hey, brother.
What's going on, brother?
Anyway,
yeah.
The only reason Hulk Hogan had a real fight was with Andre the Giant.
Yes,
so
they were
his leg, his leg.
They were showing that on TV today. I was watching it.
Well, what they have is pads.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is padded.
Yeah.
So when they go down, they're trained by stuntmen.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And fly, but they have microphones underneath to pick up the sound.
Ah. Okay.
They're all stunts. They're all stuntmen. And the guy that went to the ropes that hit him, they pushed him into a foam thing. So he didn't catch it. So when they land on him, he really didn't get hit. Well, they do hit.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
It's a title matches. It's all stunts.
Yeah, but Bill,
padded.
but Bill, it's all stunts. But they're pros. These guys know what they're doing.
Yeah, they learn how to do the stunts, but it's all padded and it's microphones. When they go for matches, they go at it.
Yeah,
but it's all stunts and everything. When they land, it's all foam. Half those tables are made out of plastic or foam.
Yeah,
it's like stuntmen.
And how about Bill? What they used to do to cut themselves with the razor blades? They do that too.
Oh yeah. I grew up and watching wrestling.
Yeah, wrestling.
Yeah. The New World Order. The New World Order. Yeah. Hey, bye, Hulkie.
Yeah, Bill. How? Before I let you go, what's up in my hometown? What do we got in New Haven? What do we got?
Well, it's not. You just gotta watch it. Be careful.
Okay.
No, ain't too bad.
All right, Bill. Appreciate it, my brother. Thank you, Bill in New Haven. There, giving us a lot of times too. And Bill's right. There are again. He's right about the sound, the microphone. I mean, if you're sitting in the third deck at some arena, or you're 50 or 60 rows away from the ring, you know what? Yeah, there are additional microphones to make sure the sound carries there. Wrestling is an amazing thing. It is part soap opera, part, as Bill said, part stuff you'd see from Hollywood stuntmen, part extremely athletic, and part, and it appeals to us on so many levels. There's the visual part of it too. I mean, at his prime, and you could tell as he got getting older, it's tough for these guys, but in his prime, yeah, I know the tan was overdone and the white mustache and everything, but again, in his prime, guys like Hulk Hogan, he was popular to a point because he looked like Adonis out there. And the ripping of the T-shirts and everything, and, those huge, what do you call them? Like our guest just said, 24-inch pythons. I mean, a lot of hours in the gym, and listen, little enhancement as well. Listen. It is what it is. And again, a lot of those guys and gals from Hulk's time, there was legal action against all these wrestling companies and circuits, and they remember their legal stuff that I think involved the WWE. And the basic legal argument was, well, you know what, we don't have to give you, as I recall, I mean, this isn't perfect here, but as I recall, well, you're an independent contractor. You get paid, X amount per day, per night, per match, whatever, per year. And, you absolve us of all medical claims. And that's when things got a little dicey here. But listen, these guys and gals, they can make even to this day, these people are stars. But it's not like a straight sport. It's not like a straight soap opera. It's a incredible combination of both. And the reason people gravitate, it's fascinating. You go to these wrestling matches, you see kids 7, 8 years older and people in their 70s and 80s. Say what you will about it. It's amazing entertainment. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident reported at Route 895 North. Plan on up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Fairfield and Bridgeport. Further ahead, more congestion delays through Milford and West Haven. 84 westbound accident near exit 9. Eastbound plan on up to an hour through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Andrew Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s, heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower and thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to the Water Doctor and Bridgeport Harbor Marina, the Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
You know, the last 30 seconds of my conversation with Chris Williams, the off-air conversation, that just, is one of those moments that, again, makes me want to offer an alternate audio stream, as they say. What do they say? Separate audio channel? Remember that one? SAP. They put the Hispanic description of something on the SAP channel. We need to do that here, Chris and I, because we often do when the commercials are on or when we're coming back and listening to Mr. Deep Voice there, who never takes a day off. He's amazing. But having said that, Chris and I usually, especially Mr. Williams, he offers his rather piercing and insightful, shall we say, breakdown of the news of the day. So that's all we'll say about that. But we'll hear from Chris coming up at the top of the hour. A lot of stories to tell you about right here as we continue. By the way, text line is always open. That's right. Same number here. You know, some other radio stations, they may get, okay, call us here, and this is our text line. No. Same number, same way to communicate here. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. That is talk or text. And if for some reason you don't want to talk or you can't, you're in the office, you're listening on your earbuds, you want to scream at me, call me a moron, but you don't want anybody to hear it, just text it. 333-9422.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump this afternoon signed the bill formally canceling $9 billion in funding to public broadcasting. He also visited the Federal Reserve, where he bickered with Fed Chair Jerome Powell over the cost of renovating the headquarters.
So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Afterwards, Trump sounded off again about another beef he has with Powell.
You saw what we saw, and the big thing is to get it done. They have to get it done. They have to get it finished. And very importantly, we have to get interest rates lowered in our country. Our country is the hottest in the world right now.
Trump has said he won't fire Powell, but he is keeping up the pressure. Pro wrestling superstar Hulk Hogan has died.
The incredible Hulk Hogan, who entered to the Eye of
the Tiger.
Known for his mustache and blonde hair, he redefined pro wrestling in the 1980s.
And what's it gonna do when Hulkamania and the largest arms in the world run wild on you?
Fight announcer Curran Bhatia.
Really, Hulk Hogan was that pioneer to not only take it from those small, ballrooms and those smoky arenas, but make it a national sport, a global sport, and make it into this global phenomenon.
Hogan was 71. He died in Clearwater, Florida. There was a call concerning a cardiac arrest. We're learning more about the death of celebrity chef Anne Burrell. The New York Medical Examiner says suicide was the cause due to acute intoxication because of combined effects of alcohol, amphetamine, and over-the-counter antihistamines. Jazz legend Chuck Mangione has died.
This song, Feels So Good, became a rare top 10 instrumental hit in 1978. Mangione's career had taken off in the 1960s as a member of Art Blakey's band, before joining his brother Gap in a band they called the Jazz Brothers. His theme to the 1980 Winter Olympics, Give It All You Got, also became a big hit. Through his career, he earned 14 Grammy nominations and won 2. Chuck Mangione died in his sleep. He was 84. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The Gaza ceasefire talks have broken down again, as Linda Gradstein reports.
U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff recalled the delegation from Doha, saying that Hamas's response to the 60-day ceasefire was, quote, selfish. It came just after Israel recalled its own delegation from the talks.
On Wall Street, stocks were mixed today over a series of profits report. The Dow Jones Industrials finished off 316 points. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port, and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Bridgeport firefighters rescued 3 people from the roof of a home on William Street this morning. Fire officials say they got the call around 10:40 this morning and found heavy fire coming from the multifamily home and quickly transmitted a second alarm. The adult and 2 children were on the roof of a porch. Firefighters raised a ladder and got them down. It took about 90 minutes to get the fire under control. The American Red Cross is assisting those that were displaced, and the Bridgeport Fire Marshal's office is investigating the cause and origin of the fire. A 2-year-old Fairfield boy has died 1 week after being pulled unresponsive from a backyard swimming pool. Anthony Jones passed away early yesterday morning at Yale New Haven Children's Hospital. The child fell into a swimming pool at his family's rental home last Wednesday and was unresponsive when removed from the water. Vital signs were restored by paramedics, but the family was informed soon afterwards that the boy was on life support and would not survive. A veteran Stamford police officer is on administrative leave following his arrest yesterday on domestic violence charges. Charges against Gregory Zach include second-degree strangulation, second-degree threatening, multiple counts of assault, and disorderly conduct. He was released on $10,000 bond. Zach has been a Stamford officer since 2005. Prospect Medical Holdings indicates it will be selling the 3 Connecticut hospitals it owns in the near future. The bankrupt company indicates that the stalking horse bid auction process to sell Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals will launch soon. Prospect previously had an agreement to sell the hospitals to Yale New Haven Health, but that deal collapsed. A stalking horse bid is an initial offer for an asset of a bankrupt company designed to stimulate more bidding. And the first Wegmans grocery store in Connecticut is now open in Norwalk. A long line was wrapped around the building at the Connecticut Avenue store when the doors opened for the first time yesterday. Wegmans officials say over 3,000 customers had passed through the doors of the new store by 3 p.m. yesterday. Wegmans has hired over 500 people to work at the new store. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Bridgeport. The Parkway overall is only slightly better. Out of New Haven on 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf northbound. Heavy congestion delays start at about exit 35, and they follow you through Long Wharf and on the other side of the bridge going into Brantford as well. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, all the brakes going into the West Rock Tunnel, 84 eastbound, over 45 minutes through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s, heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where we are so very happy to have you with us right here on WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online for all your digital devices, voiceofct.com. Chris Murphy's at it again. Chris, and you know what? We'll get more into this tomorrow, but dig this story out if you can. It's on our buddy, our pal's site, Tom Dudchick, the Capitol Report. And again, Chris Murphy has been big on this, and I don't know. Well, maybe it'll get him votes. He's raised an incredible amount of money, $11 million in a year in which he's not running. So listen, he's not running now, but you know this guy is tasting the White House. And it's all right. Listen, maybe it would help Connecticut if Chris Murphy was in the White House. I don't know. But apparently Mr. Murphy is teaming up with one of the most progressive members of Congress, wants to allow, and we've talked about this before. I don't think this is very smart with all the issues we have. Now we're going to let college athletes form a union. Well, we're not going to, but Mr. Murphy would like college athletes to form unions. Now we're still trying to figure out all this NIL stuff, name, image, likeness. Now there was something finally signed off on a couple of weeks ago where college athletes are allowed to be paid. I just, and believe me, I love college athletics. My association with Sacred Heart, love it. My years at Quinnipiac and other athletic endeavors. When I first got into this business, love it, love the coaches, love the players. But again, it seems that you have issues like this that are, done to curry votes that are not really well thought out. And I just don't know if allowing unionization of college athletes is the answer. Murphy has always been big on this for some reason. Allowing college athletes to form a union. And the answer is why? Well, you could say now they're employees of the schools, I guess, but here's the thing. Not every athlete on not every team at not every school is going to earn any pay or the same amount of pay here. So it's just one of those things like, now look, this will go over and sell very, very, very well with, some younger voters, and that's fine. Every politician, every member of every party, left, right, up, down, DR, blue, red, they have constituents. I understand that. And you could say, well, universities have unions on their campus. Maybe the janitorial staff is unionized. Maybe the professors. Maybe it's a union school with the AAUP, the American Association of University Professors. Maybe so, maybe not. But I don't know. And the thing is, we're still trying to figure this out, the payment of athletes. And look what's happening with athletes bouncing around. Look at how many, just for, an example, UConn men's basketball. You think any player of any repute is going to stay in stores for 4 years on either the men or the women, where they could leave and again, the athletes don't owe the fans or the schools anything. They don't. So we'll get much more into this tomorrow, but just a thought as you're kind of relaxing later on tonight. Luxuriating, talking to that special someone. Say, did you hear what Paul said today about Chris Murphy? He certainly, I got to tell you though, from a host point of view, Chris Murphy knows how to play us, and he knows stuff that he says is going to get play from guys like me. What's one of the ones he said? Oh, yeah, I think, I got to look this up. I think once Chris Murphy alluded to, allegedly, and I have to look this, I got to be careful when I say this, I think he presented the scenario of largely black players in the NFL being represented by largely white owners. He pulled that one out of mothballs as well. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
A century ago, my grandparents, Frank and Philomena Pepe, opened a small pizzeria on New Haven's Worcester Street. They'd never have imagined the incredible legacy they built. Today, Pepe's is still here, still family-owned, and still Connecticut's old reliable. We celebrate 100 years and invite you to celebrate with us.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, passionate about pizza for 100 years. Join the celebration at your local Pepe's today.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Bridgeport. The Parkway overall is only slightly better. Out of New Haven on 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf northbound. Heavy congestion delays start at about exit 35, and they follow you through Long Wharf and on the other side of the bridge going into Brantford as well. Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, all the brakes going into the West Rock Tunnel, 84 eastbound, over 45 minutes through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Top more coming up rest of the hour, 203-333-9422-333, WICC. Talk or text. Same line, two different modes of communicating. Yeah, you can just text me and tell me I'm a moron when you can't say in the office. You have to go, shh, let me just text this guy, tell him he's a jerk. Listen, that might be the case, but I try to bring you the people that know what's going on in the state, like this guy, no stranger to the station, Republican State Senate member Steve Harding, who's here to talk about what many in the GOP caucus see as a little, a shell game, a little three-card Monte game with maybe some education money. Hey, Steve, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
It's always good to be on with you, and thank you for having me on your program. It's always great.
My pleasure, Steve. So tell my listeners today what is the concern of the caucus here, and I know it has to do with some education funding and how that money is being presented here. Yeah, explain that, Steve.
Right. Yeah. So basically, what's happening is the governor is essentially using early childhood education, which is broadly supported on a bipartisan basis, as a guise to allow him to create a slush fund with your taxpayer money. And so what he's doing is he's taking surpluses that, per our guardrails and fiscal constraints, should be going towards paying down the record debt we have in the state's second highest debt per capita. He's taking that surplus instead and putting it every year annually into this off-budget fund that isn't under the confines of the spending cap or all these other things. So if you remember, Paul, and I know you do, and your listeners do, leading up to last session, there was this robust discussion surrounding the spending cap, because the Democrats inevitably and unsurprisingly wanted to spend well beyond what our legal spending cap requires us. And as we know, the spending cap is there to constrain the legislature from spending more than beyond our means, and inevitably leading us to record tax increases, which when we spend beyond it, not surprising to anyone, we have tax increases and record tax increases in many of those cases. So the Democrats and the governor were looking for some creative ways to get around this spending cap legally and to make it look like they're spending underneath it. And so what the governor did, and he used early childhood education, which I think is quite shameful, as this guise to take all this money from a surplus off budget, outside the confines of a spending cap. So now he's got $200 million sitting there in a fund that's gaining interest and gaining more money each year to spend how he and different individuals in his political sphere deem appropriate as it relates to quote-unquote early childhood education. It really is quite a shameful tactic on something that, Republicans, Senate Republicans, we support. We actually had an initiative, Paul, that would have spent the same amount of money, actually even more money, towards early childhood education, but did it within the confines of the budget. Make it a priority in the budget with transparency in the light of day for voters to vote on it. Don't do it in this manner that's been done here.
So, Steve, are you alleging then or saying flat out that the reason the governor did this was to say, hey, go ahead and oppose this stuff, try and oppose it. I'm still going to move it off budget because we know that any opposition to this just isn't going to wash well because people's eyes kind of glaze over, Steve, with how it should have been done. You think that was one of his motivations or not?
I have a hard time believing it's not. I mean, because it is a show game, and he's someone that comes around and says that he supports the guardrails. But meanwhile, when you implement maneuvers like this, where you're taking hundreds of millions of dollars in surplus that should be pursuant to the guardrails, spending down on our record debt here in the state, and you're using it and putting it essentially to a slush fund and calling it an early childhood fund. It's basic logic. I think Paul dictates that it's being done with the intent of moving money off budget. And again, the money, and even the governor would admit this, is now off budget. That $200 million and all the money that goes into it year after year after year, all the interest that's accrued from it is now all outside of the budget, not outside the confines of the spending cap, outside all the confines of all the fiscal constraints that keep us fiscally responsible. And now all of a sudden the governor and the legislative Democrats have a pot of $200+ million gaining in funds every single year to spend how they wish, or at least it frees up $200 million in other areas that they could spend. And what I find shameful about this is it's under the guise of something that is broadly supported on a bipartisan basis, which is early childhood. And you know what? Remember, Paul, what the lotto was supposed to go towards?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Right, or the tax on tobacco. How is that going? Meanwhile, Lotto is a great example, and it relates to this because it was supposed to be spent on education.
Yeah.
I don't think one dime of it is spent on education any longer. And so what I fear is that we're creating an off-budget fund that is gonna grow beyond $200 million. That the minute that the Democrats spend beyond their means and have a deficit at hand, that is going to be rated. And it's going to be spent on everything, frankly, other than early childhood. And these are the type of fiscal gimmicks that led us to back-to-back record tax increases in the 2010s era that we just got beyond. That the governor says he opposes, and then he does things like this that it runs antithetical to what he says financially or fiscally.
Is he doing this, Steve, final question here, is he doing this as part of, and you and I see this, whether it's members of the General Assembly or some of these push polls, is this in some way, shape, or form, Steve Harding, in your opinion, to basically acquiesce to the leftward-leaning elements of the Democratic Party, which Ned Lamont may need if he's going to run for a third term, as centrist as he is on some things here and vetoing some bills? Does he understand that he needs the left part of his party to win here or not?
You would have to think politically that that's what he's doing, because basically, I said this when he proposed his budget that broke a lot of the guardrails, even in his proposal, is the minute that you play gimmicks like this that allow yourself to spend hundreds of millions of dollars beyond the spending cap, just blatantly in the face of all the taxpayers, it basically sends a message to the legislature: go ahead and do what you wish. Play all the games and gimmicks you want to get around the spending cap and spend well beyond it, and spend that taxpayer money beyond what we really should be spending. I think it set a message to the legislative Democrats and the far left of his party that he is no longer fiscally responsible. He is no longer fiscally centrist, that he is going to allow them to play gimmicks. He basically, I actually would have more respect for him, frankly, if he just came out and said, let's spend beyond the spending cap. I don't believe in it any longer. Let's just break it. But instead, he's too cute by half. He wants to say that he supports the spending cap, but then he plays gimmicks with hundreds of millions of dollars to spend beyond it and says, oh, well, it's off budget, so it's not really spending beyond the spending cap. But come on, we weren't born yesterday. The people in this state are smart. I think that they're going to see through this. And he also sent a strong message to the liberals of his party that he's willing to spend beyond our means.
I like how you borrowed one of the governor's favorite lines there, Steve. That was very good. I like how you went
doing it himself. I like to use people's own words, Paul.
Steve Harding. Steve, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Steve, thanks. Yeah. Too cute by half. That's one of the governor's favorites. I like that. Remember when he vetoed what? It was not this time around, but last year or the year before. No, it was last year. Remember they tried to get that unemployment for striking workers through, and they didn't call it that. It was supposed to be tucked in a fund that was called like a assistance for low-income workers. And His Excellency, the governor, said, no, I'm not signing that because it's too cute by half. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich through Bridgeport. The Parkway overall is only slightly better. Out of New Haven on 95 South, jamming through Long Wharf northbound. Heavy congestion delays start about exit 35, and they follow you through Long Wharf and on the other side of the bridge going into Brantford as well. Wilbur Cross north and southbound. All the brakes going into the West Rock Tunnel. 84 eastbound. Over 45 minutes through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Pro wrestling superstar Hulk Hogan has died. He transformed the sport, then went on to become a reality TV star, and later he weighed in on politics, speaking at last year's Republican National Convention.
And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're going to bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother.
President Trump posted he'd lost a great friend. Erica Brown reports while Justice Department officials were meeting with Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, President Trump was headed to the Federal Reserve.
The president's personal visit to the Federal Reserve comes as pressure continues to build for his administration to release all of the files associated with the Jeffrey Epstein case.
Linda Gradstein reports the president's Mideast envoy is withdrawing from ceasefire talks for Gaza.
It came just after Israel recalled its own delegation from the talks.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Wilton man accused of stabbing two men at a Western Massachusetts campground is blaming a cannabis-infused gummy for his behavior. The attorney for Jeffrey DeLuca says his client suffered an acute psychological reaction after consuming the gummies last Friday night and became paranoid. He's being held without bail on charges that include armed assault to murder and had a detention hearing today in Pittsfield. DeLuca is an executive with Ross Stores, and his wife is chair of the Wilton Board of Education. Connecticut Children's Hospital has announced that it will be winding down gender care for patients under the age of 19. This comes after President Trump issued an executive order this past January that mandates hospitals end this type of care or risk losing funding. Governor Ned Lamont has pledged to work with Attorney General William Tong to, quote, understand the full impact of this decision, and Connecticut Children's issued a statement saying, in part, quote, this process is being carried out in a deliberate and planful way with ongoing communication and support for the families and team members directly involved. It continues to be an evolving and fluid situation. A daycare center in Milford is pushing back against Connecticut's mandatory vaccine requirements. The Milford Christian Academy first brought a suit against the state in 2023 when Connecticut updated its vaccine requirements to remove the religious exemption. The daycare center is now bringing the suit again, backed by the legal nonprofit We the Patriots USA. Jim Loomer, pastor of the church affiliated with the center, says that the law is an overreach by state government.
We're honoring and listening to what the parents are saying and saying to the state, I think you're being unreasonable. You're overstepping what really is your authority.
The Attorney General will be defending the state in court. A new COVID variant is making up over 40% of new cases nationwide, particularly here in Connecticut. The Nimbus strain is similar to past COVID variants, but is characterized by a signature symptom, the razor blade throat, which is an extremely severe sore throat. Infectious disease specialist Joanne Pasalacqua from Hartford Healthcare says that despite updated federal recommendations, the COVID vaccine is still the most effective protection from the virus.
Our CDC is no longer recommending vaccine for healthy children and pregnant women. But I think in the infectious disease community, that thought process remains a little bit controversial. And it's important to understand that vaccine still works best to protect.
Dangerously hot conditions are expected in southwestern Connecticut tomorrow. The National Weather Service has issued a heat advisory for all of Fairfield County from 11 a.m. until 8 p.m. tomorrow. Temperatures are expected to be around 95 degrees with high humidity, making it feel as high as 103 degrees. Dr. Listy Thomas from St. Vincent's Medical Center had some advice for residents looking to protect themselves.
Our body's ability to regulate temperature definitely weakens as the temperature rises more than our body can handle. So sun protection, hats, stay in the shade as much as they can, and keep hydrated.
Cooler air returns on Saturday with high temperatures in Fairfield County expected to be around 85 degrees. A former West Haven City employee convicted in a COVID relief fund fraud case will be allowed to keep his pension. A Superior Court judge has declined to revoke the pension of more than $5,000 a month that is paid to John Bernardo. He admitted to conspiring with former state representative and city employee Michael DeMassa to steal over $600,000 in relief funds. The judge ruled that the decades Bernardo spent as a city firefighter and fire marshal outweigh the conviction. Southington Town Councilman Jack Perry is pledging to spend $500,000 of his own money to challenge 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson. The 35-year-old Perry yesterday officially kicked off his campaign for the U.S. House seat that Larson has held since 1999. Perry says he's planning to use some of the money raised from the sale of his family's garbage hauling business that he had run since 2008. Perry pledges to bring a fresh voice with new energy to the campaign. The Connecticut Sun will reportedly play home games in Uncasville again next season. NBC Connecticut reported a letter sent to season ticket holders says the team will be playing at Mohegan Sun Arena in 2026. Reports have recently surfaced that the team owned by the Mohegan tribe might be sold. Last month, a city councilor in Boston filed a resolution urging support for the team to relocate there. And St. Anne's Festival begins tonight in Norwalk. The festival runs through Sunday and features live music, carnival rides, and Italian food. St. Anne's Feast will begin tomorrow night at 6 and go until 10 p.m., but the fun begins this evening at 16 Hendricks Avenue. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, hour and 20 at least from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly better. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Northbound delays start on the Moses Wheeler Bridge. Route 8 northbound, crawling through Shelton up to the bridge, and 84 eastbound over 45 minutes through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s. Heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, speaking of Milford, how about one of Milford's own here? This guy is done pretty well for himself. Longtime buddy of mine. We bond over hockey and racing and other things. Milford's own, Milford's native, Dan Rusanowski, the current and only radio voice ever of the San Jose Sharks of the National Hockey League. He was the Foster Hewitt Award winner last year in the NHL Hall of Fame. Dan, it's Paul. How are you, sir? How you been?
Hey, I'm great, Paul. It's always great to talk to you and to visit with all my friends in Southern Connecticut.
Yeah, boy, Dan, remember those days of you and I at the old, with a tear in our eye, Dan, we remember the old New Haven Coliseum. And Dan, I can't tell you, and when you're back in the area, you probably hear it too, how many people, Dan, when I'm at or doing Quinnipiac games or when I'm at or doing a Sacred Heart game now, invariably they say, hey, remember the Coliseum. I get that all the time, Dan. I do.
Well, absolutely. And it's not just, the hockey. I mean, it's all of the historic concerts that were there at the old New Haven Arena before that. But, it's such a big part of the fabric of life in Connecticut, the sport of hockey. And the fact that, it even goes back to the 1930s and 40s. And it's a strength that will always be there.
Yeah. And Dan, you like me, we cut our teeth doing college games, and I tell people, and they're fascinated. I say, yeah, well, friends of mine have done this. You did work for both what we call the North Country trip, Clarkson and St. Lawrence, right?
Yeah, I called St. Lawrence games for 7 years, and I actually went to both schools, which is kind of like going to Army and then undergraduate, then going to Navy graduate school. Yeah. They hate each other, but arch rivals. But I got a graduate degree at Clarkson, and I continue to call the St. Lawrence games. Just a great history up there.
Nice.
And, of course, everybody in Connecticut knows about them when they play in ECAC or interleague action.
Yeah. Now, we got a big deal coming up with you and another former Nighthawk broadcaster, Nick Nixon. You guys are going to be on hand for this golf tournament. I see it's coming up this Monday, the 28th. It'll benefit the benefits for the youth hockey in the area, in the greater New Haven area, at the Orange Hills tournament. How'd you get the Orange Hill course? How'd you get involved with this?
Well, Mark DeCola, who used to be the trainer for the Nighthawks, and after that the Los Angeles Kings, is one of the organizers. And Jeff Russell, who's got a long history there in public relations and so forth, got in contact with both Nick Nixon and myself, and we're just very honored that we're part of this. We understand that that high school hockey especially, but all sorts of youth hockey in the greater New Haven area needs to be supported, needs to be encouraged. It changes people's lives, it makes them good teammates, it provides them with leadership skills, and it also keeps them in shape. And I think over the years, the last number of years anyway, hockey in the city of New Haven kind of declined a little bit, just simply because of coaching and because of the team, the Nighthawks leaving and so forth. But I really think that we're taking this back to the day when Murray Murdoch was the coach at Yale University, and Lynn Patrick, Craig's father, was the coach of the old New Haven Ramblers of the American Hockey League. And they were in the same city. They were former Ranger teammates, and they got together and they said, why don't we get the kids to play and, and create an atmosphere where they can play? And what they ended up doing was creating what was then called Pee Wee hockey, and it is the real genesis of youth hockey in the United States. And so if you go back to the early days of what's now called USA Hockey, you'll see that the New Haven community won national championships a couple of times in those early years. And that continued for many, with Lou Astorino and with Art Krause in West Haven and Hamden. That sort of continues a little bit, but we're trying to promote that a little bit more and get more kids to play and put their arms around this greatest sport in the world. And that's really what this is all about. We hope everybody can get out there to Orange Hills. Great course. And we'll have a good time. I'm going to be taking the red eye to get there because I'm calling IndyCar racing this weekend for the IndyCar radio network at Laguna Seca. So as soon as that race is over, I'm heading up to the airport, taking the red eye, and I'll be out there and be at the dinner with everybody. So it'll be good to see everyone.
Yeah, July 28th this Monday, emceed by another one of our mutual friends, connections with hockey and all that, our buddy, our pal, Rich Coppola, honoring Nick Nixon and Dan Rusanowski. It's at the Orange Hills Country Club, so contact them. All the proceeds, as Dan said, benefiting the New Haven Police Athletic Hockey Inner City program, Milford's own Dan Rusanowski. And yeah, Dan, talk about what you do off season away from hockey now. Before you know it, camps will be open, but I know you do a lot of racing, and I'm a little jealous because I love open wheel, and now with the F1 movie and the great IndyCar series. Talk about that life a little, Dan. The drivers and maybe people you encounter there, because that, Dan, as you well know, that's a special kind of guts. Hockey players have guts. We all know that. But when you get settled into one of those Indy cars, wow. Number one, they're really tiny.
Well, there's nothing like it, really. And one of the best examples, of course, is at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the end of May. My brother and I had gone to a number of those Indy 500s when we were growing up, and there's nothing like four cars coming in four wide at about 230 miles an hour and nobody moving. It's just incredible. Laguna Seca is a different course entirely this weekend. It's one of the iconic courses in the country, a great road circuit that has the famous corkscrew turn where you basically drop about 7 stories and you're making a blind left corner to drop down into that, not knowing what's in front of you. I mean, it really takes a lot of guts to do that. But these guys are great athletes. Santino Ferrucci, who's from Woodbury, is one of the guys that you have to really follow if you're from Connecticut, because he drives for AJ Foyt's team, and he's somebody that you have to pay attention to for sure, because he's up and coming in terms of his contributions to the sport. So for me, I'm with you. It's open wheel racing for me all the way. I got a chance to do that. All I do is pit reporting. I mean, I'm obviously not doing the play-by-play.
Yeah.
Mark James does a fantastic job of that, but I jump in and help out with the pit reporting, and that gets me right into the thick of things. And it's a good thing to do in the off season when you're staying sharp and getting ready. Beyond that, though, I'm heavily involved with our 24-hour Sharks audio network. So we're producing programming and doing all kinds of things.
Yeah. All right, folks, if you want to check out Dan and another Nighthawks legend, as we mentioned, Nick Nixon, emceed by Rich Coppola, check out the tournament coming up July 28th at the Orange Hills Country Club. Go online, go to Facebook, or look up Hockey Night in New Haven. Check it out, the tournament to benefit youth hockey in New Haven. Great to have Dan Rusanowski with us, former radio voice of the New Haven Nighthawks, currently, though, the Hall of Fame broadcaster for your San Jose Sharks. Dan, be good. I'll look you up when you get in town. Take care, travel safely, and hopefully you have a nice time on Monday. Be good, man. Appreciate it.
You bet. Great chatting with you, Paul. Good to catch up again. See you later.
Thanks, Dan Rusanowski. There you go. Milford's own in the Hockey Hall of Fame. That is... When I do a good job on my games, I'm happy, but then I say, yeah, but Danny's the real deal in the NHL Hall of Fame. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
I don't mean to scare you, but a tree could be hiding damage that you simply can't see. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and we had one tree in particular that was directly in front of my son's bedroom. At K&J, they have licensed arborists on staff who will do everything they can to save a tree. Like that tree I just mentioned in front of Chase's bedroom. It didn't need to come down entirely, but the parts that were problematic, those were removed immediately. Book online at kjtreeservice.com or text 203-248-TREE.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, hour and 20 at least from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly better. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Northbound delays start on the Moses Wheeler Bridge. Route 8 northbound, crawling through Shelton up to the bridge, and 84 eastbound, over 45 minutes through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
A heat advisory will be in effect tomorrow. Clear, mild, and muggy this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. The high will be in the mid-90s, heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
He's got a lot to say, and he's gonna say it. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Big Voice there. Thanks once again to my buddy, my pal, long man. We've known each other 40 years, 35, 40 years, something like that. Dan Rusanowski, Milford's own in the National Hockey League Hall of Fame. The still voice of the San Jose Sharks coming in to join Nick Nixon, another former voice of hockey here in the state for a big tournament. Orange Hills Country Club coming up this coming Monday on the 28th, so check that out. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, our Facebook questions, love to hear from you on both of these. Put up a couple of them. Today we're taking answers, I should say, on a couple of them over the past couple of days. Have the recent protests on many college campuses crossed a line from legitimate grievances to outright hatred and bigotry? This is what a lot of people now are upset at the Trump White House. I think Melissa talked to Senator Blumenthal about that earlier this morning about, hey, some of these penalties coming down from the Department of Education, headed, of course, by Connecticut's own Linda McMahon against Columbia here for, allegedly not doing enough. to prevent the intimidation of Jewish staff and faculty members and students. And now they say could see the same thing with Harvard, although it looks like Harvard's going to dig in a little more here. And if they don't want to settle, it's probably, as one of our guests said, Adam Kissel said yesterday, it's probably going to be that, it'll go to the Supreme Court and the SCOTUS will say to Harvard, well, no, you have to pay up if you want your federal money. So have recent protests on many college campuses crossed a line from legitimate grievances to outright hatred and bigotry? So give us your answers to that. We'll go over that again tomorrow. And a lot of people still want to weigh in on this. People think there's something there with these Jeffrey Epstein files. Might there be? I don't know. A little bit more breaking news on that today. Apparently somebody in the Justice Department had another meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. So if there's nothing there, what are they still talking to her about? It's kind of interesting, right? Could be nothing, could be something. I don't know. So let us know what you think. Folks are still glomming onto this question. Do you think there are any details in the Jeffrey Epstein files that are damaging to President Trump? Keyword there, damaging. Now, as people have said, and even the mainstream media has alluded to, yeah, there's probably a lot of folks are mentioned in those files. What would be damaging? And I know there are people saying, well, wouldn't Joe Biden have used them? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think I don't think so. Because to me, again, I'm a firm believer that you have that kind of, going back to the nuke days, mutually assured destruction. It's the reason that the U.S. and Russia never launched nukes against each other. It came close in the Cuban Missile Crisis after the Bay of Pigs and all that, but we still have never done that. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And, of course, and we'll end up on this, because this is the gift that keeps on giving. This for political heads like me, and it could have an effect here in Connecticut. Remember, progressives in Connecticut, looking at their deep hatred for Governor Ned Lamont, they're watching this Zohran Mamdani thing. This Zohran Mamdani race in New York. And there are people in this state, I don't care what any other pundit says that I talk to, there are people on the left in this state who would be looking to replicate this on a Connecticut level. Josh Shapiro joins the criticism, or the pile-on, as it says here, at Politico, saying a candidate failed to condemn some anti-Semitic rhetoric. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro has joined fellow Democrats in criticizing Zohran Mamdani, the progressive candidate for mayor of New York, whose past comments on Israel have cost him support within the party. Mamdani has failed to condemn blatantly anti-Semitic rhetoric. That's what Shapiro said in an interview published yesterday with the Jewish Insider. Shapiro said, quote, "You have to speak and act with moral clarity, and when supporters of yours say things that are blatantly anti-Semitic, you cannot leave room for that to just sit there." The remarks from Shapiro, who, is rumored to be a top contender for the White House in a few years, says here are the latest sign that Mamdani still has work to do to win over some of the prominent figures in the party as he runs to one-seat Mayor Eric Adams. New York City, Brad Lander, who endorsed Mamdani after running against him, defended the nominee. Okay, there you go. Now, Lander's kissing his ass because he wants a job. Come on. It is what it is. I'm not going to pull punches on that one. He is. And believe me, the people who would want to charge you and I more taxes, the people who would want to stoke fees on everything here in the state, the people who would want to raise regulations, the people who would want to, in the state, further handicap police, the people in this state who would want to build a further wall between local and state police and ICE, they're watching this. And I'm telling you right now, in a few months, if Zohran Mamdani wins the mayoralty of New York City, you are going to see a carbon copy of that campaign used against Governor Ned Lamont. Trust me on this. Trust me. There will be a huge video and social media push for, I don't know who may run on the left, Josh Elliott, whatever. And listen, it'd be interesting to watch. But the notion here is that if Mamdani can pull it off in New York, and I've had people pull me aside who've heard me on the air say, well, you know, New York isn't Connecticut. No, I get that. But a good campaign is a good campaign. And like New York, things are really expensive in this state. And like New York, young people have a tough go of it in this state. And they're itching for change. And again, you have a guy promising stuff in New York that he cannot technically and legally deliver on. But it doesn't matter, because if you can harness economic anger in any race, you got a good shot to win. Put a cap on it right here. Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, hour and 20 at least from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly better. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Northbound delays start on the Moses Wheeler Bridge. Route 8 northbound, crawling through Shelton up to the bridge, and 84 eastbound, over 45 minutes through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear, mild, and muggy with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. There will be a heat advisory with a high in the mid-90s, heat indices nearing 100, and there will be a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. Partly sunny Saturday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
One other thing I wanted to mention, bravo to Yale New Haven Hospital and Connecticut Children's Medical Center. Now, again, this is because of pressure from the Trump White House. But they're no longer going to provide medication for gender-affirming care for minors. And that makes complete sense. Listen, if somebody feels they are the wrong gender, or they're not, I shouldn't say the wrong gender, with all due respect, if they feel that they are trapped in some way and they want to live their lives as the other gender, that's fine. But you know what? Let them make that decision when they are adults. And listen, I know a kid doesn't get to pick his or her parents, but look, you read these stories, some of them are horrible because they are out there, of parents deciding to take their minor children for, puberty blockers and stuff. No. In my mind, let's wait until those Men and women are adults, and let them make that decision.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Justice Department officials traveled to Florida today to meet with Jeffrey Epstein's imprisoned former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. Her attorney is David Marcus.
Ms. Maxwell answered every single question. She never stopped. She never invoked a privilege. She never declined to answer. She answered all the questions truthfully, honestly, and to the best of her ability.
He did not comment on what was discussed. The meeting comes as pressure mounts on President Trump and his administration to provide more details in the Epstein case. President Trump traveled to the Federal Reserve headquarters, where he and Fed Chair Jerome Powell, in hard hats, bickered over the cost of renovations.
So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Afterwards, Trump said again Powell should lower interest rates. Pro wrestling superstar Hulk Hogan has died. He was 71. Matt Wolf reports.
Hulk Hogan was professional wrestling.
And what's it gonna do when Hulkamania run wild on you?
Terry Bollea's over-the-top persona transformed the sport into a mainstream juggernaut, appearing in films like Rocky III.
Thunder Lips is here.
And, of course, the very first WrestleMania in 1985.
The incredible
It wasn't always smooth sailing. In 1994, he admitted to using steroids for 13 years. Then 12 years later, he was kicked out of the WWE Hall of Fame, the result of a sex tape scandal. Matt Wolf, CBS News.
Jazz great Chuck Mangione has died. He earned 13 Grammy nominations and won 2. His album Feels So Good was one of the most successful jazz records ever produced. Mangione was 84. And we learned today from the New York Medical Examiner that celebrity chef Anne Burrell died by suicide last month. French President Macron said today that his country will recognize the state of Palestine. The latest Gaza ceasefire talks, meanwhile, have broken down. Here's Stacey Lynn.
President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff says the U.S. is cutting short the Gaza ceasefire talks and bringing home its negotiating team from Qatar after the latest response from Hamas shows, quote, a lack of desire to reach a ceasefire in Gaza. This comes a week after mediators seemed optimistic about the talks, but now Witkoff says they are considering alternative options to bring the hostages home.
On Wall Street, stocks finished mixed. The Dow was off 316 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Are you over 50 and constantly feeling tired, bloated, or just a little off? Don't ignore it. Those could be signs that your liver is crying for help. As we age, our liver, which is essential for metabolism, digestion, immunity, and detoxification, needs extra support and protection. If neglected, it can leave you feeling sluggish and constantly off your game. That's where Active Liver from New Nordic comes in. Available in easy-to-take tablets or delicious gummies, Active Liver combines powerful natural ingredients like turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract to help support healthy liver function. With Active Liver, you're giving your body an essential daily defense against toxins from alcohol, fatty foods, and sweets, helping you reclaim your energy, improve digestion, lose the bloat, and strengthen your immunity so you can look and feel your best again. Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Favorite moment from Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A new report is revealing how Connecticut is doing with wage fairness when it comes to our workers in the labor force. The report came from New Haven-based nonprofit Connecticut Voices for Children. And so we want to get more clarity on the report. Joining us now is Patrick O'Brien, who is the Research and Policy Director of Connecticut Voices for Children. Welcome to the show, Patrick. And before we talk about the report, I do want to get a little bit more background on Connecticut Voices for Children.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me. Connecticut Voices for Children is a research-based child advocacy organization working to ensure that Connecticut's a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential.
How long has it been around?
We're nearing our 30th anniversary.
Wow, that's awesome. Very cool. So talk to us about this report. What exactly were some of the key takeaways from it?
Sure. So I think you can kind of summarize that at the highest level, there were three key takeaways. So first, we saw that Connecticut's job growth has lagged the national recovery since the pandemic-induced recession, and that's continued a decades-long trend. And it's important because slower job growth really weakens the state's overall economic recovery, and it limits its ability to reduce its long-term debt while also providing necessary support in the budget for families and children. Second, we saw that a major contributor to the state's slower job growth is its slower labor force growth, and that's really largely due to two factors. We saw a decrease in the labor force among prime-age individuals, and those are the individuals that are most likely to be raising families. And we saw a decrease in the labor force among women who are disproportionately responsible for caregiving. And then third, we saw that compared to the U.S., Connecticut has experienced slower wage growth, greater wage inequality, and substantial gender, racial, and ethnic wage gaps. So in addition to addressing the state's high costs, such as housing and childcare, it's really also essential to make wages fair. And this would make it more affordable for low and middle wage workers to live and raise families in the state. And the increase in the financial return to work would also help to boost the state's labor force and job growth. And then to address all those problems, the report included several policy options. So at the highest level, that's kind of an overview of what was in the report.
Okay. So the Cliff Notes version, if you're just tuning into our conversation with Patrick O'Brien, who again is here from Connecticut Voices for Children, a nonprofit based here in New Haven, but has been around for almost 30 years, advocating for really the futures of our kids. We want to make sure that people are entering into the world the best versions of themselves, and are we fully equipping them with the tools that they need? So the three big takeaways: we're too slow with job growth. We are not doing a good enough job attracting young people and women when it comes to labor jobs, and the wages are just not fair enough. They're not livable wages. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, I would just add, though, for the labor force, not necessarily young people, so it's the prime age individuals. Those are defined as individuals from 25 to 54 years old. So those are really the workers that would be raising families, buying houses, like making roots in the state. So
we're not doing a good enough job attracting that age bracket.
Yeah, we actually, our population of prime age individuals in the labor force shrunk since 2019.
Wow. How much does the pandemic have to do with that? Or really, does it have anything to do with it?
Well, we were just using, usually you use the last economic downturn kind of as a baseline for comparison. So we were comparing for the labor force how it had compared from 2019 before the pandemic through 2024, which is the latest year we had full data. So we saw not only was there a gap relative to the U.S. In this category, but actually the overall size of the prime age individuals in the labor force actually decreased.
Well, and quite frankly, Patrick O'Brien, I think that's a really great way to look at the numbers because, to some degree, sure. I think in some sectors, you talk about education, for example. I'm sure there are many other factors where things, healthcare is another one, where you saw a lot directly impacted by the pandemic. But what's interesting is I think Connecticut has really made a huge effort in, I really want to say the last 5 years, at least since I've been on this show, in trying to attract people to manufacturing jobs, labor jobs, the trades, for example. And I've really tried to even highlight that for middle and high school students at job fairs and career fairs and college fairs and what have you. So I appreciate that there's not this full, blame, if you will, on the pandemic because, looking through to the 2024 numbers, we shouldn't be in this huge lagging place. I think. I don't know if we should be as lagging as this report is revealing. What do you think?
I think it's interesting, definitely to compare how we've recovered since the pandemic-induced recession. I think one thing, though, also to lift up is some of these factors are really just not unique to the current downturn. So one of the things that we highlight in the report and that we've done in past reports is to show that this has really been a continuation of a decades-long process. Essentially, every recession going back to 1990, we've just had a slower recovery compared to the U.S. So one of the things we lift up, for example, is if you go back to the 1990 recession, if our labor force had grown at the same rate just as the U.S., we'd have over 500,000 additional potential workers in the state. And if our job growth had grown the same compared to the U.S. since 1990, we'd have over 640,000 additional jobs. So there are some factors that I think we can highlight that are unique to the pandemic and how we've recovered from the recession. But really, you could use any of the last several recessions, and we see essentially a pretty substantial gap compared to the U.S.
I think the shocking part of this report, Patrick O'Brien, and this is kind of more off the cuff, but I know when I first came across this week, thanks to CT Insider, I think the thing that was alarming is you hear the narrative a lot, and this isn't to call attention to Governor Lamont. I mean, you do hear it certainly from the majority. And the reason I call that out is because I know state Republicans have said the opposite for the last few years, is the fact that we have seen a lot of job growth. I mean, that's I feel like one of the things that Governor Lamont, as a businessman at heart, touts the fact that we've seen so much business growth. But your report is not really agreeing with that narrative.
Well, we've seen job growth when you go back and compare it to these different recessions. It's been lagging relative to the U.S. as a whole. So if we just focus on the recent recovery since the pandemic-induced recession, we lift up essentially from February 2020, which is the start of the pandemic-induced recession, through the start of this year in January 2025, our total job growth was 1.1%, and that's compared to 4.4% in the U.S. And so that gap is the equivalent of 57,000 fewer jobs than if the state had kept pace with the nation. So we do have a higher level than we did at the start of the pandemic, but if you compare us to the U.S., we're lagging in that comparison.
We're chatting with Patrick O'Brien, Research and Policy Director of Connecticut Voices for Children, a nonprofit here in Connecticut. It's been around for almost 30 years. And recently it came out with a report, and it shows a couple of really big issues that Connecticut is facing right now. First of all, we're a little too slow when you compare Connecticut to the nation when it comes to job growth. We also are seeing we're lacking when it comes to building up our labor job growth, specifically with trying to attract the 25 to 55 age bracket, as well as women into that industry. But also our wages are just not where they need to be. So, Patrick O'Brien, I know in this report you had mentioned there are also some solutions to these issues. Could you share them with us?
Sure. So we have several policy options. They can be grouped in two categories. So our fiscal policy options include indexing the Connecticut personal income tax to inflation. And then to pay for that, you could hire more tax auditors at the Connecticut Department of Revenue Services, which could increase the auditing of non-wage income to pay for inflation indexing. And then we have several labor market policy options that include limiting the use of non-compete agreements, increasing the salary threshold for overtime pay protections, and establishing predictable scheduling protections for hourly workers. I'd say the primary policy recommendation in the report is indexing the Connecticut personal income tax to inflation, because without doing that, the budget essentially includes a tax increase that especially hits low and middle wage workers the highest. And really, you have a tax increase every single year that you don't index the income tax to inflation. So I'm happy to talk about any of those in more detail or go into some of the numbers on the income tax if that's of interest.
Yeah, please. I mean, I would love some concrete numbers if you don't mind.
So what we tried to show is essentially if you look out, because this occurs every single year, if you, for example, if you were to just get a cost of living increase, and so your standard of living doesn't really increase, but your overall, the dollar amount in income that you make in a given year might increase, our income tax treats that as basically you have an increase in your standard of living and a higher ability to pay taxes. Now, that's not the case with the federal income tax, which is inflation indexed, but because ours is not, you can see a substantial increase over time. So what we showed essentially is over a 10-year period, if you were just to have average inflation for what we experienced over the last 2 decades, you'd see, for example, that a low-wage worker who earns about $31,000 a year, which is about the 10th percentile hourly wage, in 10 years from now, they'd be experiencing an annual tax increase of about $550. Same for a middle wage worker making about $58,000 a year. In 10 years from now, they'd be experiencing an annual tax increase of over $560. In contrast, if you were to take a very high wage worker who makes $400,000 a year in 10 years from now, they'd only be experiencing about a $63 tax increase. And so that's because we have a very progressive income tax, steep phase-in. So that's all very good. It means that lower income families tend to pay a lower percentage of their income tax. But when it's not indexed to inflation, the low and middle income families, they get hit the hardest. And so they're really experiencing a tax increase each and every year when the income tax is not indexed to inflation. And that's important because that offsets some important policies that actually help low and middle income families. So, for example, we see that the minimum wage is indexed to inflation, but the benefits of that minimum wage increase is offset in part each year by our income tax.
Yeah, you got to follow the dollars with that. That's I think that's really important information. And also, Patrick O'Brien, how important is it that we also look at just how unaffordable it can be for families to live in Connecticut? For example, energy costs. I mean, just to name something that has been a real issue for the average Connecticut resident. How much does that also play a factor in this?
So we didn't look specifically at energy costs, but certainly expenses are very important. So we've had other reports that look at housing costs and childcare costs. Those are obviously two very big expenses. And so you can tackle this issue in part by looking at the expenses families pay, obviously, and trying to reduce those. But the flip side to that is also addressing the income, the ability to pay those expenses. And so really any solution, you'd want a combination of those things. You want to try to bring down costs, but you also want to try to bring up wages and income. And so the focus of this report was specifically on the wage side, but it's certainly the case that addressing wages alone wouldn't be sufficient. You'd want a comprehensive plan.
Yeah, and if people want to learn more, not only about this report, but also what Connecticut Voices for Children, what they do, we are going to link all that information to our website, voiceofct.com. Patrick O'Brien, I want to thank you for the work that you do, and you are welcome back to the show anytime. Thank you so much for doing this report and breaking it down for us. We appreciate it.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. You're listening to a Melissa in the Morning Rewind. Now, on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Connecticut State Police just launched a new online dashboard, and it allows the public to track how many tickets troopers are issuing and the demographics of the people getting those tickets. Rick Green, Director of Communications for the Office of the Commissioner for the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, told us why the department created this new platform and how it works.
Yeah, Melissa, I think to answer your initial question, why, my response is, why haven't we done this before? This is really part of an initiative that my boss, who's the commissioner of the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, Ronell Higgins, it's his effort to try to increase transparency, to try to take all of this data that we collect, and we collect tons of data, and share it not only with the public, but with local law enforcement so they can track trends, see areas where they are succeeding, but also maybe see areas where there needs to be more of an initiative or more resources. So it's yes, transparency, but it's also an effort to increase awareness about what we should be paying attention to.
And Rick, I appreciate that. I totally went blank. Yes, correct. So Rick Green, again, who is the Director of Communications, Office of the Commissioner for the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. And, I love what you said there, which is why didn't we do this sooner? I mean, when I looked at this, because I did already click on the platform, and we'll certainly talk about it in a moment, what people can get out of it if they go to it. Right. But when I clicked on this, it's certainly an awful lot of data, but it's very straightforward. I mean, it's very concrete information. Do you feel like it's exposing it all or nothing? There's really nothing to hide.
Well, sometimes big bureaucracies can not do a great job at sharing public information, and so I think the first time you do it, it can seem like, oh, well, there's a lot here. But, it's really just an effort to say, hey, if you're driving to work this morning and you see some people driving like crazy and it occurs to you, gosh, what's going on here? What kind of effort is being made? We can go on this platform and you can click a few boxes and see, for example, in 2025, how many white female drivers between a particular age group received citations for speeding or failure to move over, or take your pick of any one of these infractions. So it really, you try to cut through the rumors out there. People say, well, is the state doing enough to worry about unsafe highways? Well, you can look it up and you can see what's happening. You can compare the last 10 years. You can look at racial groups, age. It really is it's a lot of fun to take a look at it, to be honest with you.
And again, Rick Green, I do want to obviously mention, I don't want to call it the elephant in the room, but certainly we had, it was dropped last year, but there was a recent ticketing scandal with Connecticut State Police. Did that have anything to do with launching this?
So I would say, is it related? Sure, it's related, but this is far beyond anything related to the ticketing controversy, which involved a relatively small number of troopers entering inaccurate data into the computer system. This just takes it to another level. This just says, you know what? We're going to be as transparent as we possibly can and tell you up to the day who's getting tickets, what are they getting tickets for, what happened afterwards. So, it's an acknowledgement that we need to do a better job at sharing information, and we need to be more transparent. And this is really part of a larger effort we're making. We're speeding up how we produce and release data to police departments. We used to just do it annually. Now we're going to be doing it quarterly so they can track important trends, see where they need to direct resources, that kind of thing.
And to be clear, I just want to let people know, if people weren't following along with this story, the governor did announce, I think it was in 2024, maybe a year ago now, that probe was dropped, by the way. And as Rick just said, it was a small, wasn't it?
Yeah, and in fairness, there was a problem there with inaccurate data being entered into the computer system. And it was addressed. It was found to not be widespread, but it was addressed. And significantly, the department made a lot of changes in terms of improving technology and supervision and kind of checks and balances to make sure that we know accurately who's being stopped on the highway, what they're being stopped for, and then what happened as a result of that stop. That's pretty important in an open society to have that information out there. And I can tell you that my boss, Commissioner Higgins, is really committed to this.
And certainly I remember having Commissioner Higgins in studio earlier this year, sort of hinting that we were going to be doing more online transparency. So that was going to be one of my questions, Rick. Has this been in the works for a while?
Yeah, it takes a long time, Melissa, let me tell you, because this is lots of different computer systems that often don't work together. And so one of the things that Commissioner Higgins did when he came is he created a chief data officer position. That's not me. I can promise you that. And this guy, Michael Mascari, has worked to kind of collect and unify the data so that it's easily accessible. And we really hope to be doing more of this as time goes by with other data. Wouldn't you like to be able to go online and see, well, what about violent crime? What about car thefts? And I think we envision a world where that's going to be possible.
Yeah, well, and I think that I don't know if other states are doing anything similar to this, Rick Green. Maybe you have that answer, but
some states do. Some states do. But don't you think this is what we should expect in 2025? That
I do. I think
be telling us about all this.
Yeah, and quite frankly, and this is coming from a journalist point of view, when we live in a world where all we do is combat social media and how quickly you could spread misinformation, or even if it is accurate information, it gets all kind of messed in together.
Exactly.
I think you need to have, hey, let's go back to where are we getting the concrete information?
The sort of the catchphrase, do your own research. Well, this allows you to do your own research. Like if people are telling you that the state isn't doing its job in enforcing traffic laws on the highway, well, you can go online and you can compare how they're doing this year versus last year versus before the pandemic and that sort of thing. So you're exactly right. It kind of cuts through the rumors and the untruths.
Rick Green is here from the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. We're talking about this new platform online. It allows you to track how many tickets Connecticut State Police troopers have issued and the demographics of the people getting those tickets. To be clear, no names revealed. We're talking age, gender, ethnicity, things like that. Rick, I want to talk about who is putting this information into the dashboard.
Well, at the start, it's Connecticut State Troopers. So they will enter the information from their cruiser, but then it goes into our larger system, and then we post it in as close to real time as possible on the dashboard.
So not to keep bringing up old wounds, if you will, or reopening them.
No, this is.
I know. I love talking to you, Rick, because you're so honest and so transparent, much like this dashboard. But I am curious, when you look at that 2018 case, and we know that there were some troopers who were basically making fake tickets. How do we know that there are no fake tickets being inserted onto this dashboard?
Well, let's start by saying that in that previous controversy, there were no tickets issued. Okay, so this was incorrect information that was entered into the computer system. Nobody got a bogus ticket. That's just an important point. But we know because the computer systems and the checks and balances have been increased to the point where there won't be an error because people are checking the data very carefully that is entered into the system from having the electronic, having computers in all the cruisers so that the information isn't scribbled on a piece of paper or something like that, to supervisors checking the work that is entered into the system. We feel pretty confident, and outsiders who have looked at what we've done feel confident that we have a system that is accurate and trustworthy.